The President's Message, March 1, 1902. Dear Brother Sinfonians, gladly I avail myself of this opportunity of sending to you, through the medium of our annual publication, my sincerest love and fraternal greetings. It is now nearly 4 years since the evening when 14 of us met in room 108, New England Conservatory of Music, Boston, to consider the social life of the young men students of that institution, and perchance to devise ways and means by which it might be improved. The story of how a club was formed and in process of time developed into a national fraternity has often been told, and is familiar to us all, but the boys who met on that eventful evening little dreamed how far-reaching would be the effect of their decision. As will be seen by referring to the list of members, there are now nearly 200 Sinfonians scattered throughout the land, brothers bound together by the bonds of brotherly love, stronger than bands of steel, ever keeping in mind, I trust, the aim and purpose of their fraternity as expressed in our Constitution. The Sinfonia stands for the development of the best and truest fraternal spirit, the mutual welfare and brotherhood of musical students, the advancement of music in America, and a loyalty to the alma mater. Let all Sinfonians commit these beautiful words to memory. Yea, more, let us write them on the tablet of our hearts, that they may bear fruit in our lives. I beg you not to let your interest in your fraternity or alma mater lag or grow cold. Subscribe each year to our yearbook, so that you may be able to locate all brother Sinfonians, and avail yourself of every opportunity to fraternize with each other. Let our friendship be marked by kind words, kind deeds, and lasting cooperation in our common work. And remembering that our inspiration is from on high, from the God of all creatures, we should ever be constant in our humble attitude to this great source. Let our sincerity be manifest to all. Hypocrisy should be unknown to us, and a solicitude for our fellows should dominate our every word and action. Then our nobility will shine forth in our characters, and our motto shall ever be, "Nothing mean or unmanly is of a Sinfonian." We confidently expect that before our next annual convention convenes, several new chapters will have been formed in some of the largest musical institutions in our land, a number of which are at the present time knocking at our doors. The scope of our mission is national, and before many years have passed, the Sinfonia fraternity will be known and its influence felt from ocean to ocean and from lake to gulf. Onward is our watchword. The future is our field, and as we march toward the west, the new ground we gain must be held by fidelity and vigilance. Finally, brothers, remember that harmony is ever to be the noble aim of our beloved society. Harmony not only in music, but in the life within the fraternity, and in the broader and fuller life beyond its portals. It is the harmony whose music is felt in the hearty handclasp, heard in the cheerful greeting, seen in living notes in the generous act. So let us strive to promote the mutual welfare of all, and throughout our whole life prove that a brother Sinfonian is a friend indeed. Sincerely and fraternally yours, Ossian E. Mills. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 2, March 1902, 11 and 12. The President's Message, April 1, 1903. Dear Brother Sinfonians, the record of another year has been added to the history of our organization, and it is gratifying to be able to find in the events which it exhibits abundant cause for satisfaction, congratulations, and encouragement. Our progress during that period has been steadily onward and upward, and it has proceeded with a degree of rapidity which has far surpassed the most sanguine expectations. There is a proverb which tells us that in every new undertaking the beginnings are difficult, but that is a piece of wisdom which, although no doubt applicable to most of the labors of life, has not been convincingly verified in our experience. Of course, the reference now is to our experience as an organization. Speaking individually, and with regard to the art which we pursue, most of us would doubtless be willing to testify that the beginnings are difficult indeed. But the beginnings of the Sinfonia were not difficult because the institution of which we are all so proud, from which we all derive so much both of pleasure and profit, and of which we confidently expect so much greater things in the future than have been accomplished in the past, was born, as it were, in the fullness of time, under propitious circumstances and amid a most fostering and favorable environment. It came to satisfy a long-felt want, and found the ground all ready to receive it. The idea which, in the goodness of his heart and the warmth of his fraternal sympathy, our honorary president, Mr. Ossian E. Mills, had formed fell like a seed in the parable, not on stony places, where it must have withered and died, not by the roadside where the birds of the air would have snatched it away, but on fertile and cultivated soil where it could readily germinate, and there being most bountifully nourished, it could develop and expand and bear the fruits and flowers we see. And yet, brothers, who can doubt that as compared with what the future has in store for our organization, this day in which we live and in which we rightly find so much occasion for gratitude and hope is after all only the day of small things? Who can doubt that the Sinfonia is destined to grow and spread and prosper until it has covered the whole land and brought all the members of our beloved profession into a fraternal and mutually helpful intercourse? Nor need we limit our ambitions for its growth even to the vast expanse of the United States. Our art is cosmopolitan in its scope, and the day is coming when we shall be establishing chapters in the Old World as well as the New, and when the possibilities of the Greek alphabet in the way of nomenclature will have been exhausted. That may suggest a source of embarrassment, but it will be time enough for us to cross that bridge when we come to it. Even from the most optimistic point of view, it is not yet in sight. But some day the Sinfonia will get there. It must expand, for the appeal it makes is one which finds an immediate response in every generous heart. And while we musicians may have our characteristic faults, yet a lack of sensitiveness or of sensibility is one of which not our harshest critics have ventured to accuse us. Let us therefore each and all for everything in our power to exemplify the principles which we profess and to promote the success of the glorious cause for whose sake our organization was established. The enmities, the jealousies, the rivalries of the profession have often been made a matter of comment, and among a large section of the community the impression prevails that musicians spend much of their time in mutual quarrelings and recriminations. To that unjust reproach, the eager welcome accorded among our ranks to the Sinfonia forms a sufficient and conclusive answer. The Sinfonia stands for harmony, it stands for friendship, it stands for sincere goodwill and an enduring peace, and it will expand and prosper in proportion as we all cultivate those qualities in our daily lives and illustrate them in our mutual intercourse. It would not have so largely attracted, it would not have so quickly met the favor it has won, did it not respond to the needs, the sentiments, and the desires of the musical world. Therein lies the deeper significance of our movement, and therein is to be found the assurance of its triumph. Toward that triumph it is a pleasure to be able to report it is steadily moving on. And so congratulating you in all sincerity upon what has been done, congratulating you even more heartily upon what is in prospect, I remain sincerely and fraternally yours, Gilbert Reynolds Combs. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 3, April 1903. The President's Message. Dear Brother Sinfonians, still another chapter has been added to our Sinfonia history, and we are gratified to find among its pages nothing but progress. Indeed, when we pause to consider, ours has been a phenomenal growth from the beginning to the present day. Started only 3 years ago, in a humble manner, but with the utmost faith of its promoters, Sinfonia has steadily grown day by day, year from year, until it now occupies an honored place among the fraternal organizations of our land. Already is the object of our beloved fraternity, as stated in the Constitution, being most nobly fulfilled, and the bond of Sinfonia brotherhood now extends throughout the length and breadth of our country. Never before have such cordial relations and mutual interest existed among the leading musical schools of learning. Never before has a like number of musicians and students of music been banded together by such bonds of real brotherhood. Such an influence must make itself felt beyond the borders of our fraternal quarters to the accomplishment of our further purpose, the advancement of music in America. In my letter at the beginning of this fraternal year, I suggested that our energies for the year be directed toward internal improvement rather than to further expansion. Our efforts in this direction have showed splendid results. Each chapter of our fraternity is in a stronger and healthier condition than ever before. A true spirit of loyalty and fraternalism is evidenced by all Sinfonians. Nor is the prospect for further immediate expansion unsatisfactory. Already other schools are knocking at our doors for admission. In a few months, our chapters will extend from the Atlantic to the Pacific. By using the utmost discretion in the admission of new chapters, we shall soon have Sinfonia homes in every large city in the country. And why limit ourselves to the United States? Although ours is strictly an American organization, still there are schools of American principles and colonies of American students in other countries that may well deserve our attention in the future. But, brothers, our present position has not been reached without the earnest and self-sacrificing efforts of many true and energetic Sinfonians. Now that our numbers are comparatively large, we must rely upon the aid of many of our younger brothers to make lighter the burdens of those who have labored hard in the past. With this new stimulus of numbers and enthusiasm, we may expect much from the future. Our future success, however, is to be found through the same general principles that have directed us to success in the past, the principles of brotherhood. This is the keynote of our organization. Sinfonia stands for harmony, advancement of music in America, loyalty to our several institutions, but above all, for brotherhood. Inspired by our progress in the past, by our present enviable position and reputation, by the brilliant outlook for the future, let us with wholehearted devotion contribute our best efforts during the coming year toward the advancement of our beloved fraternity, to the end that we may ever be able to say, even now, it is good to be a Sinfonian. With the utmost faith in the success of Sinfonia, and with best wishes to all brother Sinfonians, I remain sincerely and fraternally yours, George C. Williams. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 4, March 1904. The President's Message, March 1, 1905. Dear brother Sinfonians, another year is being added to the history of the Sinfonia fraternity. 6 years ago, the 6th day of last October, the little seed was planted from which has grown what we believe to be one of the greatest factors in existence for the betterment of the young men musical students in America. Since the last president's message, there has been a healthy growth in both chapters and membership. It is very gratifying to be able to say that at the present time our beloved fraternity is in a most flourishing condition. Conservatism is becoming the settled policy of the fraternity, I believe, both as to the founding of new chapters and also of the various chapters as to the reception of new members. We have learned, in our short experience, that it is better to go slowly and carefully, thoroughly investigating all who seek admission into our fraternity, rather than to make grievous mistakes by undue haste or careless methods. It is with great pleasure that I avail myself of this opportunity to address all members of our beloved fraternity, as I sincerely hope that steps will be taken by each individual chapter to place a copy of this yearbook in the hands of every member, active, associate, and alumni. I have many things that I would like to say to each brother, but space will only allow me to touch upon some of the most important at this time. We often hear it said that musicians are a very peculiar class of people, impractical in many ways, and I have been told time and again during the last few years that a fraternity could not exist any length of time if it depended upon musicians for life and support. I believe that our experience is teaching us that such a thing can be done, and I trust that all brother Sinfonians will unite with me and with one another to make the fraternity a success in every possible way, and prove to the world that, although musicians may be in a class by themselves, They are capable of living in harmony and of experiencing and manifesting in their lives the truest fraternal spirit. With this in view, let us always have in mind the aim and purpose of the fraternity as expressed in our Constitution. The Sinfonia stands for the development of the best and truest fraternal spirit, the mutual welfare and brotherhood of musical students, the advancement of music in America, and a loyalty to the alma mater. In this connection, I cannot refrain from quoting from the first number of the Sinfonian a paragraph taken from Delta Upsilon Quarterly. It is part of the pride and tradition of a fraternity man to be a gentleman, not only to be above anything dishonorable and mean, but to possess those finer instincts which are supposed to come from birth and breeding, kindness and gentleness and unconscious courtesy. These are good words, and I would earnestly counsel all Sinfonia brothers to seriously consider them. Let us strive to emulate the best, to live in harmony and peace one with the other, in honor preferring one another. Let your nobility shine forth in your character, your friendship be marked with kind words and deeds. Let us believe in our fraternity with all our hearts, be jealous of its good name, wear the emblems with pride, be regular in attendance at the meetings of your chapter, be eager to possess any publication that may be issued in the interests of our fraternity, and be faithful in all other duties. By so doing, we shall keep the fire of fraternal love burning brightly. Let it be our ambition to make the Sinfonia a power for good, and have faith to believe that in future years its beneficent influence will be felt around the globe. Finally, brothers, let us remember that harmony is ever to be the noble aim of our beloved society. Harmony not only in music, but in the life within the fraternity and in the broader and fuller life beyond its portals. It is the harmony whose music is felt in the hearty hand-clasp, heard in the cheerful greeting, seen in living notes in the generous act. And now, congratulating you all, my brothers, on the success attained in the past, rejoicing as you rejoice in our present honorable position in the fraternity worlds, and hopeful, in common with all Sinfonians, of the bright future that awaits us, I am, as we all have sworn to be, once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian. Most sincerely and fraternally yours, Ossian E. Mills. From Sinfonia Yearbook, 5, March 1905, 11-12. The President's Message. Dear Brother Sinfonians, before next May, at which time occurs our convention in Syracuse, the current yearbook will be in your hands chronicling another page in the history of Sinfonia, and I feel sure it will present another as interesting an account of Sinfonia doings as the last year's book contained. I would suggest to every brother who has not read this last yearbook to at once possess himself a copy and read it carefully, and having done this, if he is not more optimistic regarding the future of Sinfonia, if he does not beget a stouter heart and a stronger purpose to work for the advancement of our beloved fraternity towards the highest ideals of manhood, and the uplifting of his profession, and if he is not ever ready to give the cheering, encouraging word and fraternal helping hand, then let him forever hold his peace. He has no real part with us. I would call especial attention to the soul-stirring message of our revered honorary Supreme President, whose ever-helpful presence was so sadly missed from our midst at the last convention in Cincinnati. It would indeed be difficult to frame a message that would bring with it a greater inspiration to live for the highest that is in us, and by so doing thus honor our fraternity, than that of his. Would that he might be called upon every few years to serve as Supreme President, that we might have the benefit of more such messages. Sinfonia is growing along right lines, we may rejoice to say, and as an evidence of solid growth within and without, I would call attention to the success attained by Theta chapter, whose members are to be congratulated and complimented on the result of their efforts. I would urge every chapter to emulate their example, and as soon as possible to obtain a chapter house for the proper kind of growth. The opportunity to broaden the scope of usefulness can be obtained by each chapter when it is settled in its own home. In this connection comes the suggestion of broadening the usefulness of Sinfonia by extending the membership beyond the walls of the institution wherein the chapters are now located. This suggestion seems to breathe a spirit contrary to the last aim or purpose expressed in our Constitution, namely, a loyalty to the alma mater. However, though charity begins at home, it will perish if limited to within the walls of home, and so possibly Sinfonia might reach out beyond the alma mater in search of good material for membership without being disloyal. But this suggestion needs careful consideration. Will the brothers who intend being present at Syracuse think this over and present their opinions at that meeting? Let us see if there be any good in it for Sinfonia. I heartily echo the sentiment as expressed in the last president's message regarding conservatism in selection of material for new membership. Let us take for a motto, absque labore nihil, and, proving all things, hold fast that which is good. Rejoicing to be able to subscribe myself, once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian, I am fraternally yours, W.S. Sterling. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 6, 1906. The President's Message, Boston, April 1, 1908. Dear Brothers, the object of this fraternity shall be for the development of the best and truest fraternal spirit, the mutual welfare and brotherhood of musical students, the advancement of music in America, and a loyalty to the alma mater. Wise words to make men wiser, good words to make men better, true words to make men nobler. A new light shines down from above to brighten the realm in which musicians move and have their being. Every Sinfonian should know these 38 words of high-sounding character as he knows his scale of C. Upon them, as a fundamental clef, he should build his life as a man. Phi mu alpha. What a triune throne around which every brother of our band shall have his affections cluster and his hopes center. As one reads of the object of the Sinfonia, he is at once struck with the significance of the words, the development of the best and truest fraternal spirit. I purpose to notate, on the few pages that follow, harmonies on this theme. 10 years ago, when Father Mills started a little club of male students at the New England Conservatory in Boston, he sought not the musician in the institution, but the man in the musician. No such question was put as, "How well can you sing, young man?" or, "What can you play, sir?" but, "Come on, boys, let's get together." This was the slogan that struck the ear and stirred the heart, for it meant something for sociability's sake, good fellowship, and mutual helpfulness. The result is today the Sinfonia Fraternity of America. The principle that the development of manly qualities need not be stunted in the enthusiasm for one's art has found a fine exemplification in the progress of the Sinfonia. It is a truism that as long as man loves but himself and his art, he can never attain to the full measure of manhood or reach the sublimest heights of his art. He must seek to love men as brothers and art not for the sake of art itself, but art as a means toward bringing all men up to that verdant plateau where their souls may be fed in very rejoicing in all that is true, beautiful, abiding. Such are sentiments and principles that move every heart in our midst. Fraternity seeks to upbuild the whole man, to make of him a manlier man, a more musicianly musician. Fraternity, in spirit, is not, as some may imagine, a 4 years college course policy. In its real essence, it is what may be aptly termed a life insurance, writ on the tablets of men's hearts, paying precious dividends on demand. He has failed utterly to catch the truest fraternal spirit who in the world beyond the college door slinks away from his fellows and shrinks up in some dark corner. Fraternity is as real as man himself, for it is in and of and for man. It is not a mere name, a shibboleth, a magic word to conjure up song, shout, and shriek for a few student years. The ground that fraternity covers is not a cellar floor of dark and dire secrets. Its scope is not confined by some low-studded red ceiling and 4 black walls. Its place of abode is not a fun factory and a foolish house. Fraternity's foundation is a man's honor. Its vision is from the open windows of his soul. Its dwelling place is the temple of sacrifice. This mystic spirit of fraternity, permeating a company of men having a common and honorable pursuit in life, music, must make of such men better musicians. As the student of music soon learns that a Wagner overture and a Bach fugue stand, as one may say, at musical poles, so a Sinfonian is early taught that selfishness and sacrifice are human poles. The differentiation is not only intellectually posited, but actually experienced, for he learns to practice self-denial. If he have more of the mule than the man in him, the Sinfonia is a great school for chopping off the forelegs of the animal and effecting a cure for stubbornness. Thus, the process of cutting away the excrescences and grafting on the virtues. Such a regeneration taking place in man will find in very logic a transmitting and an infusion of these better, nobler qualities into the every composition and performance of the artist and musician. Beneficial alike to musician and man is the power of receptivity, a willingness, an eagerness, a patience to learn. He who would teach must first be taught. He who would give first get. The man who joins a fraternity generally makes up his mind by either the beneficent force of intuition or some violent external suggestion that it pays to be obedient and receptive. He realizes that he must be both well-rounded and on the square, a veritable human peg able to fit into a round hole or a square hole. He busies himself now in unraveling the knotty snarls in his mode of living, and seeks to lay out before him the silken skeins of life itself. If he has found that living is trying on him, he makes now a firm determination to try life. Is this all a vagary and a dream of some utopian fraternity? Not at all. Put the question to the fraternity man. Ask yourself, the Sinfonian, about it. Is it not true that the Sinfonia, which you have sworn by and love so dearly, puts elixir in that man who is willing to learn and eager to grow? Do you not meet one another as co-workers, as brothers, as fellow Sinfonians? Is not the spirit of friendship pervading and dominant? Doesn't the magic grip feel like a galvanic battery? Do you not become electrified into a living, aggressive, enterprising, wide-awake student, winning a new independence for yourself through that fraternal interdependence so keenly felt in the Sinfonia? Are you any longer a mere metronome, keeping time with your monotonous scale practice as you walk from lodging-house to classroom and then back again? Have you not learned to beat time in life's own sweet, true rhythm? Is not your tempo marked by enthusiasm, steadfastness, earnestness, manliness, brotherhood? The seed of fraternity must be sown in the mind and the heart of the young and growing student generation. What is needed, brothers, is a harmony, not alone of music, but of minds and hearts and spirits. The fraternal must become linked to the educational in the student life. Would that there might be a marriage of the two which no divorce court presided over by Judge Jealousy or a jury of musical pettifoggers could annul. Let our organization ever seek to have the heart of fraternity beat in harmony with the mind of education to the tickings of some great mystic metronome. Let us be they who use the intellectual telescope to discern and solve the deep and difficult problems of music lore and focus the spiritual telescope to catch a vision of the ideal in life's heavens. Brotherhood, the brotherhood of men. What spiritual significance? Do we catch its true meaning? Does it give us a real and vital experience? Do we get a spiritual insight? Do we look out with a broader vision? Do we think in terms and live in acts of brotherhood? If we do, we move in harmony, attuned to both God the Father and man the brother. What is music without harmony? Verily, it is not music. Life without goodwill and fraternity, what is it? Indeed, it is not life. He has not truly lived who has not lived for others in sympathy and in harmony with his fellows. If such be our life, it embodies the Sinfonia spirit. Do you know what it is? Can you interpret the Greek triad, Phi Mu Alpha? These are not the questions. Do you feel it? That is what I would know. The most powerful and subtle emotions in life are oftentimes like the great force of the universe, electricity. Mysterious and unknowable, yet a pulsing, moving dynamic about and within us. There is, in truth, a mysticism in fraternity. We cannot comprehend or explain all. It is well so. What we understand is wont to appear ordinary and commonplace to us. Yet the spirit of fraternity is nonetheless real. Indeed, it is the more real because it is mystic, the more mystic, for it is real. Tremendously vital, for it is both mystic and real. In few words, we are conscious of an existent fraternity, of the spirit of brotherhood in our hearts, because we feel it. Beyond this, there is no standard of measurement, no reduction to terms. Sufficient it is to feel fraternity stirring our finer emotions, instilling the nobler thoughts, inspiring acts of sacrifice, keeping alive and fresh our highest aspirations. These virtues are the fragrant flowers of the fraternity seed, and they bloom perennial as the fires of brotherhood burn within us. It is good to be a Sinfonian, for once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian. Fraternally yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Percy Jewett Burrell. From Yearbook, Sinfonia Fraternity of America, Volume 7. The President's Message. Boston, April 1, 1909. The Mutual Welfare and Brotherhood of Musical Students. Dear Brothers, this is the text from the first page of Sinfonia writ for 4 little Sinfonia sermons. Although the sermonizer, I take my seat right in the midst of the Sinfonia audience and listen to the message. The thought that I should like to drive home so that it will sink deep into the hearts of all the brothers is that of personal responsibility. Without this sense, there can be no mutual welfare, no brotherhood of any class of men. Wrapped about the idea is all that Sinfonia ever was, is today, and ever will be. Our very genesis was not really a beginning after all, but indeed the product of a personality, Father Mills. In all its growth, our fraternity has been nurtured by loving hearts and counseled by wise heads. Men have felt a personal responsibility. If its future is to be one that shall command admiration, a sense of personal responsibility must be its ever-constant attendant and guide. By this, I mean a profound realization of duty on the part of each one of something beyond mere self. I mean one's self projected, an ego that consciously reaches out after God the Father and touches man the brother. For a man's personal responsibility never stops with himself. It has a threefold significance and embraces himself, his brother, and his God. The Sinfonia is what each man is, no less, no more. Its dimensions are the size of the Sinfonian. Its height is your ideal, its breadth, your intelligence, its depth, your feeling, its weight, your work. If you have a high ideal, a broad intelligence, and deep feeling, and you do much work for Sinfonia, you will understand full well what personal responsibility means. Let us print in big type the dimensions of a true Sinfonian. Ideal, intelligence, feeling, work. Ideal. First, brothers, get a high conception of life itself. Take account of what an individuality means, not arrogance and self-conceit, but honesty and self-respect. Now, think of an ideal, then speak out about it, and next work for it. Let it be as practical as a high ideal can be. What? How do you like the sound of the best men among musicians, or the best musicians among men? No, the best men among men. That is a splendid ideal, is it not? Such men must possess stability. You yourself should seek it for yourself. Do you know it ofttimes is the accumulation of a series of other virtues? The gentler ones, such as sincerity, sympathy, and sacrifice. Remember these virtues when you speak of the ideal sincerity, sympathy, sacrifice. Is there any higher type of man than found in that happy combination of a good, great man and a great, good man? Do you not recognize the elements of sincerity, sympathy, sacrifice, and stability in such a one? It is destined for few to do great deeds, but it is meant for all to be good men. Remember the true words of a wise man who wrote, "It is not what those around us do for us that counts, it is what they are to us." Improve, if you can, on even this ideal of good and great, so that you will get to think on the highest plane and move along righteous lines. Try it. It gives a fellow a boost to personal responsibility. Intelligence. An ideal to be worthy must be born of intelligence and feeling. It must take into consideration the mutual welfare of all. It must not be selfish. It should study men before it attempts to shape men. It should sympathize with men before it seeks to summon men. Sinfonia spells brains as well as heart. It does not say that every man shall admire everything and everybody who is a Sinfonian. This would smack of insincerity. It means something on the level, practical and helpful, for in Sinfonia it is designed that every man should study everything in everybody in order that he may know him better, that he may recognize his virtues by praising and trying to emulate him and discern his weakness and shortcomings by sympathizing with and trying to help him. If intelligence demands both honest praise and heartfelt sympathy for one's fellows in Sinfonia, it also calls, and in a loud voice, for fairness. Fairness in judgment and action, but especially so in judgment, for if that be fair, the act to follow will be right. If the historian had told me to write a message of but one paragraph, it would have been this: meet the fellows halfway. Intelligence calls for fairness. The idea, the spirit of conciliation, is the most beautiful revelation of the divine in man's intellect that I can think of. Listen to the other fellow. Do not browbeat him. Do not ridicule him. Do not ignore him. Show the fair spirit. Give up every little whim or prejudice of yours up to that point where the surrender would carry with it the very vitals of a great principle. Prune off the trivials, the caprices, the prejudices on your argumentative tree. Be reasonable, and you will win the other man. Can you find anything in that marvelous mind of Abraham Lincoln standing out more striking than his fairness to all, with malice towards none, with charity for all, with fairness in the right? As God gives us to see the right, let us strive on. See how concisely and eloquently Lincoln puts it. His were the words of a victor of victories and a master of masteries, a worthy model, a fine example for Sinfonians, for all men. When one speaks of a Sinfonian, he means a man, a fellow musician, you. Whereas before you may have lived isolated in your work, in your pleasures and pains, your conquests and defeats, your hopes and despairs, now you have company. The force of the idea of brotherhood has made itself felt upon you. Has it? Have you got in its way? Do you meet the other fellow halfway? Among honest, intelligent men, this halfway business is a great meeting place, for it has all the sweetness of the lover's tryst and all the surety of the soldier's rendezvous. It is pretty safe ground. One may come from the east and the other from the west of the broad field of opinions, shaking their fists at each other, and when they start off again, lo, they go arm in arm marching due south. Fairness warms men up. Try it. It gives a fellow a boost to personal responsibility. Feeling. I have said that an ideal to be worthy must be born of intelligence and feeling. The greatest thing in the world is love. May we not think of it as God's own feeling in man? If every Sinfonian felt it, what a brotherhood would be ours. Do you love your fraternity? What does this mean? Love for fraternity may sound abstract, but it is nothing of the kind. It means love for men. It means love for one man plus one man plus one man plus one man, and so on until you have covered all your fraternal obligations to every other man. A desire and a strife to meet these is proof of your personal responsibility in your fraternity. Some men ask, how shall I get the fraternity spirit? Learn to love men. Every man thinks more of himself in the end if he thinks more of his fellow men in the beginning. This is the right procedure in order to have the right kind of fraternity. Some men, it is true, have the peculiar knack or the blessed power to show more loving-kindness, more fraternal spirit than others. But if this love for the mutual welfare and brotherhood of musical students be alive in your heart, it will be seen in the glow on your face, felt in the warmth of your hand-clasp, and heard in the ring of your voice. Have you sown your heart with seeds of love? Try it. It gives a fellow a boost to personal responsibility. Work. Intelligence that possesses the ideal and the feeling of love that sustains it must produce good works. Its visible expression must be seen in works, for then shall we drown this old world's sharps and flats. Go back to the little sermon on love. The Sinfonia will grow, my brothers, as you grow, because the Sinfonia is you. The word is of 8 letters. The spirit is of you, which can never be spelled out except in life itself. The mutual welfare and brotherhood of musical students will decline and die if you are selfish, careless, and indifferent. Sinfonia will become not something, but somebody, as you grow into a living, loving force in the great big world. Try it. It gives a fellow a boost to personal responsibility. More than ever is it good to be a Sinfonian, for once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian. Fraternally yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Percy Jewett Burrell. From the Yearbook, Sinfonia Fraternity of America, Volume 8. Greetings and other things from Father Mills, Boston, Massachusetts, October 20, 1909. Dear Brothers of the Black and Red, it was with great satisfaction that I learned of the plan of our historian to publish a quarterly in the interest of our beloved fraternity. I heartily bid him Godspeed in the undertaking, and trust that he will have the hearty cooperation of all true and loyal Sinfonians the world over. I most gladly avail myself of the opportunity offered of sending in this first issue my warmest fraternal greetings to each and every Sinfonian brother. As I was in some measure instrumental and thus responsible for the beginning of a movement that has, during the past 10 years, brought many young men in our musical institutions of learning closer together in friendly relations, who, with clasped hands, looking into each other's eyes, have pledged themselves to be brothers and friends in deed and truth forever, I am deeply impressed with the responsibility we assume when we invite men to become one with us, bound together by fraternal ties that are never to be broken. It is a serious responsibility, as well as a great opportunity, and God will surely hold us to strict account for our influence upon each other, whether it be for good or for evil, uplifting or degrading. We are wont to meet together as brothers on many occasions, at our annual conventions, at our chapter meetings, socials, dances, banquets, suppers, smokers, and so forth. The question we ought to ask ourselves in all seriousness is, are we better for it? Has all this association and expenditure of time, energy, and money made us and our brothers better, stronger, broader men physically, mentally, morally, spiritually? If it has done so, we are certainly on the right track. If not, we should pause where we are and give the matter more serious thought, and see if there are not some changes for the better that can be made in our programs in the future. There may be some benefit derived, and no doubt there is, by spending our social evenings eating, drinking, smoking, singing, dancing, and so forth, but I have long felt convinced that there is a better way, and that at least part of our evenings might be better devoted to exercises that would minister directly to our higher natures, which would prove quite as enjoyable, and in the end, far more profitable. Alpha Chapter tried an experiment last year by devoting one evening to what we called a fireside conference. The topic under consideration was life, physical, mental, moral, and spiritual. The evening was such a success and so much enjoyed by those present that the entertainment committee has designated one evening this year to be devoted to the same purpose. It would be extremely gratifying to me to learn that other chapters had resolved to try this experiment. I assure you that we men, all of us, need, more perhaps than we think, to withdraw from the active, noisy, materialistic rush of the world, not to mention the sensuous, intoxicating social pleasures of life that minister only to the flesh, and in peaceful quiet meditate upon and consider together some of the deep things of life. Listen to the voice of the eternal, and be taught by the infinite Spirit of truth. I would suggest the following as a few topics, the careful and thoughtful consideration of which I believe could not fail to broaden our horizon and stimulate us to higher ideals. Life, love, faith, harmony, goodness, peace, spirituality, power, purity, liberty, constancy, aspiration, wisdom, revelation, illumination, trust. These are not merely abstract qualities, but as weighed by human nature and experience, have reality and are the product of divine authorship. To these could be added others more directly related to the material plane, as health, vitality, strength, beauty, soundness, ability, growth, freedom, wholeness, and so forth. In conclusion, I would like to quote a few lines from one of Professor Henry Wood's recent books. Life is the most primal and supreme reality which can engage our thought. Its origin, order of manifestation, and expressive phenomena ever have had and ever will have an absorbing interest. Its fundamental principles form the romance of science, the fascination of philosophy, the charm of mysticism, and are involved in the basic factors of religion. It is admittedly in vain that we attempt to define the indefinable or to fathom the inscrutable. But while transcendent truth does not lie upon the surface, any contemplation of and aspiration toward it is always profitable. The earnest search for law, whether physical, moral, or spiritual, is always inspiring. While our most lofty thought of the unconditioned must be conditional, we are yet conscious of its expansive and uplifting tendency upon our nature. I should be greatly pleased to hear from any brother regarding the foregoing suggestions, and would be glad indeed to assist any chapter desirous of adopting them. Again, with all best wishes, I am, yours most sincerely and fraternally in Phi Mu Alpha, Ossian E. Mills. From the Mystic Cat, 1, November 1909, pages 1 and 3. The President's Message, Boston, March 15, 1910. The Advancement of Music in America and a Loyalty to the Alma Mater. Dear Brothers, it has been my privilege in the previous two messages to choose a text from the article of our Constitution on Object. I have sought to say something worth your time to read on the development of the best and truest fraternal spirit, and the mutual welfare and brotherhood of musical students. This year, I have turned to the remaining aim of our fraternity expressed in the words, the advancement of music in America and a loyalty to the Alma Mater. On the opening pages of our yearbook, I desire to emphasize this specific kind of loyalty, and in so doing, I trust that its close relation to the advancement of music in America may be apparent. The present-day demand for education is determined to no small extent by the world sizing up, as it were, the human products that are gathered and sent forth from the collegiate and educational field. The world has a right to ask, what has education done for Jim Smith? If Jim Smith can show a fellow feeling for Tom Brown, John Jones, and Charlie White, and if he can put out a right hand that will fit into the other fellow's right hand, education has produced brains plus brotherhood. Such a man going forth with a sheepskin in his grip is going to win men, women, and endowments for our colleges and universities. Is he not, brothers? You can imagine that he is the fellow who in college used to shout, "Hurrah for Harvard," and "3 cheers for Yale," and who felt it in his heart as well as in his throat. He is, in short, the very best type of the college man. I fancy he would be the first to sit down in a spelling match if asked to spell snob or sneer, but he ought to be able to stand up to the end on such words as sincerity, sacrifice, and Sinfonia. You ask what all this has to do with our text. It has a great deal to do with it, for this loyalty touches in very essence the mind and heart condition of men. He who does not think broadly and feel deeply does not lose much sleep because of working loyally.
While the man who comes out of college is expected to make a mark for himself in the world and so prove what is in him, you may put it down as certain that unless something besides rules, definitions, and equations got into his head as a student, he will find himself quite erased as far as making a positive impress upon his fellows in the broadest sense of what manhood and life work really ought to be. The ideal college life today should afford, and I believe it does, an opportunity for men to meet with influences other than those strictly academic, scholastic, and pedagogical. The debating and literary clubs, local societies, general fraternities, and the like help in developing the social side of man's nature. Here men meet one another on the same level. Rough exteriors are planed down by rubbing up against smooth ones, and the smooth find out which way the grain really runs in getting scratched by the rough ones. These diverse, not diametric, indeed they are, after all, harmonizing aspects of the student life, are true developers for both making a rounded manhood and putting a man on the square. Isolation in thought and in body does not tend to make a man love anyone in any corner but his own. His corner is only big enough for himself. Fraternity, it seems to me, is a sort of life's puss-in-the-corner game, where one is glad to exchange corners when the other fellow whistles and everybody has an equally good and profitable time. I see that I have used the word fraternity. Let us do so again, and put the word Sinfonia before it, so it reads Sinfonia Fraternity. What does it mean? Loyalty to the alma mater. I believe that that is what a true fraternity means every time. I have no sympathy with the individual who berates the college fraternities because he is outside of them and knows nothing about them. It is true that some fraternities are not as good in their influence as others may be because each man himself, the world over, has a goodness that is relative rather than positive. There are some days not as bright as others, yet the Creator does not snuff out the sun. While everyone recognizes the church and the state as the most conspicuous handmaids of education, is it not true, as well, that the American college fraternity has been a prominent and positive factor in the growth and popularity of college life? I think so. Does not the frat man love his frat and his college equally well, and when he goes out into the world does he not both love his fellowmen and cherish his alma mater? A short time ago, a class in one of our universities was getting ready to put on a Shakespearean play. All the female characters chosen by the committee happened to be non-frat members. The coach asked, "Wouldn't it be wise to have at least one of the fraternities represented in the cast? You want their support, don't you?" Promptly came the answer, "Oh, the frat girls have college spirit enough to support it anyway." I thought that had a pretty good illustration of how fraternity and college spirit go hand in hand, and that a school without the former is liable to lose much of the latter, and in short order find a diminished loyalty to the alma mater. You may put this down as a truism. A college spirit cannot be successfully worked up among alumni after graduation. To be a loyal alumnus, one must first have college spirit, and this same spirit is kept aflame largely through the oxygen in the lungs of the fraternity members. Our own Sinfonia has proved this. The institutions, which have been pleased to see the red and black fluttering in their midst, emphasize the truth of this assertion. Brothers and all others who read this yearbook, listen to the testimony of one of the directors of a leading American conservatory. Quote, "I have no reason to regret the expenditure of any time or money that I may have made, because I feel that the good Sinfonia has done the conservatory and the students far surpasses any outlay that I may have made. One of the cardinal principles of the order is a loyalty to the alma mater, and I believe that the establishment of fraternities in the conservatories is developing their school spirit 100%. Unquote. Another director says, "Sinfonia is the best thing that ever happened to our young men." Yet another voices this sentiment. "I believe Sinfonia makes a man a better musician." Indeed, it does make him a better musician, for added to his own personal ambitions is the ardent desire to be an honor to his fraternity and to his alma mater. We do not speak in parables or mysteries or imaginings or longings. Such are the testimonies of men of conspicuous positions in the musical realm who have observed critically and intimately Sinfonia and Sinfonians. The music departments of our universities and our conservatories of music are the agents, wise, systematic, thorough, and far-reaching, in the advancement of music in America. Their graduates are bid Godspeed as they seek the path leading to advancement and attainment. They feel the push of the alma mater behind, and see the beckoning of the goodness of attainment before. Every true Sinfonian knows what this means. Every institution that boasts a Sinfonia chapter in its midst has felt the warm pulsings of the Phi Mu Alpha heart. If I were standing before my own chapter of the New England Conservatory and speaking on this same subject, I believe I should begin the speech something like this. In one sentence, brothers, let me try to strike the keynote. While every Sinfonia man vows that once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian, and is a Sinfonian, now, at last, and all the time, he never has forgotten and never will forget that he is, if I can coin the word, a Conservatorian, first, last, and all the time. The same might be said, with its own local application, of the members of all the chapters. I have seen many a man with a Sinfonian pin shining on his vest, but I have yet to see the sneer at him who wore nothing save buttons on his vest. Loyalty to the school and friendliness and helpfulness to its students, whether Sinfonians or not, ever have been prominent traits of the brothers of the black and red. The most rational aim of any educational institution is to turn out graduates that will be an honor to the school. The graduate, to be such, must possess culture as a result of musical training and enthusiasm as a result of social activity. It cannot be well disputed that the growth and perpetuity of a college are largely measured by student activity, which promotes a common interest and inspires consequent loyalty, as well as by the personal character and commercial success of her graduates. Sinfonia has had 10 years to make known the fact that every Sinfonia shouted means a more wide-awake, enterprising graduate. That every Sinfonia meeting where are discussed plans of ways and means fosters a more mature judgment, which in years to come may help, by wise counsels, the alma mater. Brothers of the Sinfonia, do you not realize more than ever what it means to you to associate for 4, 3, 2, or even 1 year in a fraternal, brotherly way with 15, 20, or 25 other young men, all bending their youthful energies toward a high goal of musical culture? This abundant good fellowship makes a wholesome, uplifting, and indelible impress upon your complete manhood, and is fashioning you into a better all-round man, and a better man all around, outside as well as inside the mystic circle. I speak the truth when I state that to foster a movement that so promotes real brotherhood and musical progress among the future musicians of America reflects wisdom and far-sightedness on the part of those who stand at the head of our institutions of musical learning. Sinfonians, you are entitled to take just pride that you are proving at last that musicians can be welded together in love and for mutual helpfulness and progress. You are developing that type of manhood which ever shows itself in loyalty to the alma mater. Now you are coming back to the alma mater to see the old school, the old teachers, and to greet the new brothers in Sinfonia. In unison do I catch your cry, Te amo, alma mater. Another paragraph or two, and I am done with the annual message. It is this. The institution which seeks only to develop art, cultivate brains, and promote the scientific does not reach the acme of its possibilities or embrace all its opportunities. Its widest mission extends into the field of sentiment, emotion, the spontaneities, and indeed the humanities of life. To strive to subordinate the heart to the head is a worthy performance in the unchecked passions of the race, but in the one seeking knowledge in the higher schools, the shout, the song, the society are not at all the anomalies they may seem at first glance. The noisy, youthful outbursts that sometimes are heard may be in truth the very potentialities capable of begetting, fostering, and sustaining a sentiment and love for the time, the occasion, the thing that inspired them. The graduate of today is inclined to remember his alma mater for its sociality as well as its intellectuality. The college spirit gets into him during the college days. In his afterlife, this same spirit seeks to get out of him in the most practical ways and helps for his alma mater. But first of all, loyalty to the alma mater must have the seed sown in the form of enthusiasm, college spirit, and brotherhood in the student. His first exuberance may be sometimes criticized as puerile and irrational, but in later years we find that these pristine, bubbling over manifestations have undergone a process of evolution, and he has come to possess an alumni spirit safe and sane. Such a one loves his alma mater. It means counseling to him. The shout and the song are not forgotten. Oh no, they were the prologues, the prerequisites, the harbingers of still better things, for with him it is now all up for the old school, and on with our sons and daughters to the old alma mater. Give the conservatory, the college, the university, give any school an enthusiastic, wide-awake, alert, progressive student body, and loyalty to the alma mater must ever be the keynote struck by the alumni. Nothing so happily and positively forecasts a forceful alumni body as the visible proof in the esprit de corps of a chapter in the Sinfonia Fraternity. The Sinfonia Fraternity of America has been and ever will be one of the strongest bonds that holds an alumnus to the alma mater. Every Sinfonian means a graduate. That means, in turn, a true and loyal being, with a soul all aglow for the old school that gave him a cultured musical mind and a warm brotherly heart. More than ever, my brothers, is it good to be a Sinfonian. For once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian. Fraternally yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Percy Jewett Burrell. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, Volume 9. Philadelphia, March 14, 1910. Dear brothers, it does not seem possible that 10 years have elapsed since we were preparing to go to Boston for our first convention. We hardly realized how important a step we were taking, how we were about to launch an idea that would cast such a powerful influence for good on our boys intellectually and morally. Fraternity, the universal brotherhood of man. Surely this feeling never existed before among music students, and so conscious was I of the lack of it that I gladly welcomed the Sinfonia movement. It meant sacrifice of time and money to me, but the results have been so gratifying that I consider the expenditure one of the best I have ever made, and I have the satisfaction of knowing that I have helped in a movement for the betterment of mankind, a step toward the millennium. The 10 hardest years are past, and we are now on a broad and sure foundation. The future is bright, and while expansion may seem desirable to the most of you, a more important expansion, to my mind, is that of the heart. Let us get together in true fraternal spirit, not with the idea of seeing how much we can get out of the fraternity, but how much we can bring to it. Not how much we can use our brothers, but how kind and useful we can be to them. For we get back what we give, whether love or hate, envy or goodwill, cloud or sunshine. If you would have a brother, be one. Fraternally yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Gilbert Reynolds Combs. To all Sinfonians, my brothers. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 9, April 1910. Sinfonia Yesterday, by Ossian E. Mills. The sun lodged on the old gray cliffs and glanced from every pad. The bulrushes and flags seemed to rejoice in the delicious light and air. The meadows were a-drinking at their leisure. The frogs sat meditating all Sabbath thoughts, summing up their week, with one eye out on the golden sun, and one toe upon a reed, eyeing the wondrous universe in which they act their part. Today Sinfonia lodges herself upon that high cliff, Mount Thought, and glances back over the meadows and fields of the 10 years of her life. How extremely visible are the expressions of gratification and delight upon her countenance, as she roams from one thought to another of her past record, and views the developments of her powers in the fraternal worlds. I shall now give you a brief historical account of Sinfonia, dating from the time of our first convention, which was held on April 16 to 20 in the Alpha Chapter Rooms in Boston, There were present full delegations from the 3 then existing chapters, Alpha, Beta, and Delta. This was one of the most interesting conventions in the history of Sinfonia, as it witnessed the merging of the old Sinfonia Club, which had been in existence since October 6, 1898, into the Sinfonia Fraternity, a secret and national male students' musical fraternity, the only one of its kind in America. The fraternity emblem, pin, the colors, red and black, and flower, chrysanthemum, were adopted, and a greater part of 3 days were spent in the construction and adoption of a suitable constitution, and at 12:25 p.m., April 18, 1901, a constitution was finally accepted, and immediately afterward the following national officers were elected: Supreme President, Ossian E. Mills, Alpha; Supreme Vice President, George C. Williams, Delta; Supreme Secretary, Ralph Howard Pendleton, Alpha; Supreme Treasurer, Gilbert Reynolds Combs, Beta; Editor-in-Chief, Percy Jewett Burrell, Alpha. The fact that this convention was full of enthusiasm and life was evidence that the Sinfonia Club during the past 2 years had been going some. The success of the club, as well as the first years of Sinfonia as a fraternity, was due in great measure to the persistent energy, courage, and enterprise of our esteemed brother, Ralph Howard Pendleton. That the Sinfonia organization ever expanded from a local club into one institution to a national fraternity with chapters in many musical institutions throughout the country was due, I believe, in a large measure, to his foresight and tireless efforts. The second national convention was held in the Beta chapter rooms, Broad Street Conservatory, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, April 21, 22, and 23, 1902. It was the sentiment of all who were fortunate enough to attend that this was a most enjoyable convention, as voiced in the next annual report of the Supreme Secretary. From the moment our train rolled into the heart of the city until the time we bade adieu, we were most royally entertained. That there had been 3 new chapters added to Sinfonia, Upsilon, Zeta, and Eta, was a source of great satisfaction and exultation. The next convention was held at Ithaca, New York, in the Delta chapter rooms at the Ithaca Conservatory, with delegates from all 6 chapters, and at the close of the convention it was unanimously pronounced the best yet. And so the years have come and gone with the annual conventions full of enthusiasm, the delegates returning to their respective chapters overflowing with the Sinfonia spirit. The 4th annual convention was held at Ann Arbor, Michigan, with the Upsilon brothers. The 5th at Cincinnati with Eta. In 1906, no convention was held, and the question was asked on every hand, "What is the matter? Is Sinfonia dying out?" But in 1907, one of the best attended and most enthusiastic conventions was held in the Alpha chapter rooms in Boston. This was the 2nd time Alpha had entertained the delegates, and all who were present were convinced that Sinfonia was very much alive. It was at this convention that the first edition of our songbook was projected, and the committee in charge promised to have the book completed before the next convention. The next year, in 1908, we met in Philadelphia for the 2nd time, and the fraternal spirit seemed to be more manifest than ever before, due in a great measure, no doubt, to the fact that we had promised the new songbooks, and they were faithfully used at every meeting. Last year, 1909, we had the pleasure of meeting at Syracuse with Theta in their beautiful chapter house, and now we are looking forward with great expectation to meeting again with the Delta boys in Ithaca next May. One of the most important events of Sinfonia's past history has been the development of its publications. The first annual yearbook appeared in March 1901, the product of Alpha chapter, supported heartily by Beta and Delta, and each year, with one exception, has witnessed a great improvement both in subject matter and dress, thanks to our national historians, and especially are we indebted to our brother Pyle for the beautiful edition of 1909, which far exceeded our most sanguine expectations. Brother Kaiser has also scored a point by beginning the publication of our triennial bulletin, The Mystic Cat, and hereafter we shall look for it as a regular visitor. Looking back over the past 10 years of the life of Sinfonia, one is tempted to ask, has it paid? Personally, I believe that it has, many, many times over. The fact that hundreds of young men students have been brought together, yes, and bound together, by friendly and mutual interests for life, means very much, and it is a well-known fact among the brothers that many a young man has been inspired through his fraternity associations with an ambition to make the most of his life and in every way to be worthy the respect of his brothers. One of the most beautiful spectacles is to see men mutually interested in each other, so much so that, like David and Jonathan, they are ready to sacrifice, even to the laying down of their lives, for their brothers. And this is what Sinfonia has been during the past 10 years. And many of the boys are now out in the world fighting the battle of life, making a place and a name for themselves, inspired to do their best by the thought that their brothers are deeply interested in their successes. And so, although Sinfonia may not have accomplished all that some of us who are most deeply interested in its welfare have desired, it has accomplished much, very much, for which we are grateful and of which we are proud. Long live the Sinfonia. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, 9, 1910, 25-27. Henry David Thoreau. Music. What are ears? What is time? That this particular series of sounds, called a strain of music, an invisible and fairy troop which never brushed the dew from any mead, can be wafted down through the centuries from Homer to me, and he have been conversant with the same aerial and mysterious charm which now so tingles my ears. What a fine communication from age to age of the fairest and noblest thoughts, the aspirations of ancient men, even such as were never communicated by speech, is music. It is the flower of language, thought-colored and curved, fluent and flexible, its crystal fountain tinged with the sun's rays, and its purling ripples reflecting the grass and the clouds. A strain of music reminds me of a passage of the Vedas, and I associate it with the idea of infinite remoteness, as well as of beauty and serenity. For to the senses that is farthest from us which addresses the greatest depth within us. It teaches us again and again to trust the remotest and finest as the divinest instinct, and makes a dream our only real experience. We feel a sad cheer when we hear it, perchance because we that hear are not one with that which is heard. Thoreau. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 9, 1910. Winthrop S. Sterling. The President's Message. Dear Brothers, warmest greetings and congratulations on our 10-year-old frat, and in thinking it over, some rambling thoughts have come to me on optimistic fraternalism, and here they are. Optimism is an essential and necessary element in the development and success of every movement. Fraternalism is just as necessary an element in the development of mankind looking towards the uplift and the making of useful men. The hermit is of little use to mankind, and too often has become what he is because he has lacked that element in his make-up which is called optimism, which is akin to charity, and which inspires us to look for the best side always in our brothers in every walk of life. The pessimist usually keeps to himself, and knows not true fraternalism, and differs from the optimist, as the old saying goes. The optimist sees the donut, and the pessimist sees only the hole in the donut. Let us be keen to see the donut, and enjoy the good in every brother. For as one writer has said, there is so much good in the worst of us, and so much bad in the best of us, that it doesn't become the most of us to criticize the rest of us. Long live Sinfonia. Cordially and fraternally yours, W. S. Sterling. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 9, 1910. George C. Williams. Ithaca, New York, March 15, 1910. Dear Brothers, it is possible that a letter from me will seem to many brother Sinfonians like a message from the spirit world. I can assure you, however, that Brother Williams is not dead. Neither has he been sleeping. For several years, circumstances have prevented my participating actively in Sinfonia affairs, and as a result, I am doubtless somewhat behind the times and uninformed, but nevertheless still a Sinfonian. Remember, once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian, and I expect to wear the Sinfonia emblem on my breast, and cherish the Sinfonia spirit in my heart, until my 80 years and 10 are done. When our worthy historian requested me to contribute a few words to the yearbook, I was delighted at the opportunity of thus being able to again address my brothers of the red and black, though my message must needs be brief. The fact that we of Delta are again to be privileged to entertain the Sinfonia Brotherhood is in itself an inspiring thought. Not only are we looking forward to the reunion of many of the older brothers who have been greatly endeared to us through years of association, but also to the meeting of many of the newer brothers of whom we have heard much, but whose hands we have not yet been privileged to grasp. I shall therefore save much of what I wish to say to the brothers until the convention gathering. My message to the brothers at this time will be found in the word ideal. In our great haste for still further growth and expansion, let us not forget our early ideals. These ideals, so clearly and wisely presented to us by Father Mills at the organization of Sinfonia, are the foundation stones on which our fraternity has been built, and all of our present greatness is due to the fact that these foundation stones were laid soundly and well. One of these ideals is quality, not numbers. Let us keep the standard of our membership high. Another point that we should not lose sight of is that the Sinfonia fraternity was organized in order that the benefits of true brotherhood might be extended to the young men of this country seeking a musical education in the schools of music, where the fraternal idea had not yet extended. This has given to Sinfonia its prominence and distinction, its individuality. Let us not lose this individuality, and thus become only one of thousands of similar organizations, when at present we are at the head of a field truly our own. Finally, brothers, I am more convinced today than ever before that there is no fraternal name to be found among all the dead and buried languages of the world as sweet, as endearing, as truly significant to our ideals, as the beloved name so full of real meaning and so dear to the hearts of all, Sinfonia. Sincerely and fraternally yours, George C. Williams. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 9, 1910. Sinfonia Today, by Wilson H. Pyle. The past we know, the future we can dream of, but who can justly value the present? Organizations have sprung into existence, spread like wildfire, and seemed about to change the whole course of thought in the civilized world, only to die out as suddenly as they came, and to leave absolutely no mark of their rise and fall behind them. Again, a few students, such as the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood originally was in England, may sway a whole nation. So in trying to hold the mirror up to nature and see Sinfonia as she really is today, we cannot actually state her influence on the student and musical world, or even guess at the results which may come from our banding ourselves together in simple brotherly affection for the good of music and the musician. Knowing the power of friendship, pure and warm, its influence and inspiration and sympathy and mutual helpfulness, it is a hard thing to have to come down to such cold externals as so many men, so many chapters, and even perhaps so many dollars. But these are the things that make us the shell of every working body, so of it we must speak and leave our real life, our fraternity of spirit, to be imagined. What is it that distinguishes the Sinfonia of the present day from the past? First of all, I think the development of a national spirit has been very marked within the past 2 years. At the first, to think of Sinfonia was to think of the home chapter. Very few of the brothers knew any of men, customs, or plans of other chapters. This is all very different now. Visitors from chapter to chapter, the long tours of the Supreme President, and most of all, the annual convention, have knit us all together into one large family. This welding of the chapters is really the distinguishing feature of the Sinfonia of the present. When we now look back, we do not think so much of the beginning of our own chapter as of the founding of the fraternity at Boston. Looking forward, we do not think so much of giving musicals or furnishing chapter rooms as to expansion, new chapters, ritual, insignia, vestments, and whatnot, but the fundamental note in Sinfonia as a whole, and changes and improvements contemplated, are those that interest the whole brotherhood. Nothing has helped his broadening of vision so much as that breezy, newsy little newspaper, The Mystic Cat. Long may it raise the big meow. Another characteristic that marks the present working of our dear fraternity is courage, or perhaps a better word would be boldness. There has always been courage shown in extending the usefulness of the fraternity. But the fear of the old first days has gone from us. We no longer fear for the life of Sinfonia. We no longer fear that the machinery of organization will not work. This newly acquired confidence in ourselves has resulted in a certain amount of restlessness to be up and doing greater things. Perhaps this ambition is good for us. Time alone will tell. Another result of this boldness is the insistence of some of our big men that they be allowed to step aside from their position as officers and leave more of the governing of the fraternity in the hands of younger men. And so long as we still have these faithful founders still with us to counsel and help, we are willing to release them as much as possible from the constantly growing cares and duties of the national officers. One other phase of our existence seems to mark us as one of the broadest of fraternities with a wide field of usefulness before us. Surely no fraternity can exhibit such diversity as are found in the various chapters of Sinfonia. Take the conduct of the different chapters, the different aims of the men. Here is Alpha, a chapter of brothers studying to become musicians. There is Upsilon, a chapter of brothers studying to pursue a literary or engineering career. Take Zeta, a chapter composed very largely of instructors and professors at the University of Missouri. And so on through the whole list. Here is a large chapter house, there the loan of some bare room for a few hours a week. But through it all runs that strong current of true brotherhood, a bond strong enough to make all equal as all work in the noble cause of helping one another, helping others, and helping to advance the noblest of arts, music. Each chapter, each man, working in his own sphere and in his own way, but all truly one in a common brotherhood and in a common object. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 9, 1910. Percy Jewett Burrell, The President's Message, Boston, Massachusetts, April 1, 1911. Dear Brother Sinfonians, we come a band of Sinfonians true, an earnest crowd, a hustling crew. We'll raise the flag of black and red and keep it raised until we are dead. Now on to the tune of Sinfonians true, an earnest crowd, a hustling crew, into the air with all your hats, and drown this old world's sharps and flats. In the early days of Alpha Chapter, I spoke the foregoing lines at a local banquet. The Sinfonia spirit in me had inspired, save the mark, poetry. I spoke the lines hoping to make things move a bit. I forget whether I succeeded in this or not. Never mind. It is the forward movement of the present Sinfonia year that makes me recall the incident. I do not refer to the verses as such, but to their embodiment and vital forces. Sinfonians true, an earnest crowd, a hustling crew. During the past year it has been a high privilege of mine to visit at least once each of our new chapters and to preside over the installation of 2 new ones. It did me a world of good to see the flag of black and red and hear the drowning of this old world's sharps and flats. The one regret is that my capacity was not big enough to take in all the Sinfonia oxygen and life that were everywhere about, and that what I was not able to absorb could not have found its way into the minds and hearts of the many absent brothers throughout the land. Brothers, do you recognize the vitalizing forces about you? Do you feel them coming to you? No, do you feel them going out from you? That is the right question. It is a fine thing to discover for oneself in life's great battle that we are all brothers of one human blood, one American home, one divine Father. One cannot help but bow his head in gratefulness and humility when he feels the cordial clasp of a brother's hand, hears a brother's warm welcoming word, sees the glow in a brother's eye, whenever and wherever in this vast country of ours he meets a man who loves to throw his hat into the air and shout, "Once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian, long live the Sinfonia." Almost I am moved to write of recent Sinfonian incidents and anecdotes, but if I should begin, well, Harry Kaiser's book should contain a lot more than a president's message and an index of members. We'll leave something for that Ann Arbor banquet in June. It will be a hummer. Get there and hum, brother. I have looked into the yearbooks of the past 3 years, and I see that the messages have been given in sermonette form. The 3 worthy objects of Phi Mu Alpha have been treated, and now what is left for the text and theme of this year's annual message? I feel that the time of preaching is about over. Practice is becoming more and more the style among us. This makes me wonder why the theme practice might not do for the 1911 message. I think I shall try it. The historian Gibbon once wrote, "Every man receives 2 educations, the one he gets from others, and the more valuable one that he gets from himself." Sinfonia affords the latter sort, for first she teaches a man the brother idea, and next the brother acts it out in life. He has been preached to, now he practices. The fraternity man should feel his fraternity as a personal epoch in his life. Instead of throwing cobblestones at one another, we are picking up precious stones and clasping hands. Yes, Sinfonia has proved her right to live by her very products. What has she done for the individual, for the best in music, for the alma mater? Go a long way to demonstrate to the world that Phi Mu Alpha principles are not all theory. We have passed from the static to the dynamic stage of life, and by moving ourselves, we are moving others. We are ready and eager to hitch up, to share, to work, and move together. The Yorkshireman said, "Hear all and say naught, take all and pay naught, and if that does out for naught, do it for the sen." If this had been our philosophy, mice and not men would have come forth in our midst. Sinfonia has lived as a club and as a fraternity for 13 years. While it has been our day of schooling and discipline, it has not been for us all passive. Indeed, it has been an active, progressive, producing period. How far we have progressed, how often we have practiced, how much we have produced, can be measured only by the unseen one. Records and figures tell us only of records and figures. Deep feeling, high hopes, ennobling inspirations, pure thoughts, uplifting emotions, and exalted aspirations have all been ours. Yet no one can sound, measure, weigh, or figure them out. Our veins have tingled, and the handshake has become a brother's grip. We cannot explain everything, but we know that because of Sinfonia, we have been living our brotherhood life, and not merely our routine lives. To understand one another better means less discord, less strife, less war. We have understood, we do now understand one another better than we could have ever dreamed without our fraternal oaths and bonds. We begin to realize that the only true friend, after all, is he who knows all about you and likes you just the same. The personnel of the Sinfonia is not by any means perfect. No one boasts of that. But those in its fold are better and bigger and broader, for they have been taught sincerity, sympathy, and sacrifice. And they have set themselves to practice and to work out the real, the true, the best things in this transitory life. Some men have looked bad before they passed through the first degree, and almost succumbed in our seemingly heartless midst. We have had the lesson taught that the surface often fails to reveal the substratum, and that gold and diamonds in the world's history have been oft-times stumbled upon. We have discovered that every man has a heart, and we are ever seeking to find how that heart can be reached and touched. The spirit of pettiness, fault-finding, jealousy, and envy is dying away. In many instances, this is because it has been preached away, and men have learned to practice broadness, discreet admonition, conciliation, cooperation, and just praise. The hearty, royal slap on the other fellow's back is becoming popular. It is said that Matthew Arnold was a continual grumbler. The story goes that, after he died, Robert Louis Stevenson said to a friend, "Well, Arnold is in heaven, but I imagine he is awfully disappointed in God." Let us be thankful that less and less Sinfonian Arnolds are on their way there, or elsewhere. Best of all, the Sinfonian can go right on living out his principle of brotherhood, of close harmony. He is not a Sinfonian for 4 years and then a superior graduate, a forgotten and forgetting Sinfonian. Phi Mu Alpha issues no 4-year endowment policies. Hers is a life insurance. Our fraternity is not like an express train which runs you smoothly along the college track, gives you a good time while you are on, and then when you strike the outside world in a new and perchance distant spot, where there may be no local Sinfonian stations, drops you off the rear car with thud. It is a through ticket you get from the first bat on the head, or crack on the cocoa, or whatever you may style these physical tokens of pristine affection, through to the last breath of a body at the final degree of life itself. The man in Phi Mu Alpha can be preached to, and he can preach, can be practiced on, and practice on. The full course in Brotherhood gives him a good ear, a good tongue, a sore body, for an initial period, and a strong muscle. It aims to make him a man, however else, little or much, he may be. So brothers are drinking now from the golden cup at the Sinfonian fount. They will never cease to drain its contents, for the fount is an everlasting spring of brotherly love. 50 years hence, men will drink from this same chalice and be revived. And they will carry two precious instruments in their hands, bequeathed unto them by you and me, the intellectual microscope to discern and solve the deep and difficult problems of music lore, and the spiritual telescope to catch a vision of the brotherhood ideal and their life work. Do you ever wonder, brothers, what the history of the Sinfonia Fraternity of America will be 50 years hence? Many of us will not be here to read its printed page or hear it fall from eloquent lips. When that far distant day comes, my hope is that the history may be told in words as beautiful and true as those which I heard not long ago in that marvelously tender voice of Eva Booth. When she was asked to write the history of the songs of the world, she answered, "I can't do it. They are in the dying bed, the child's lisp, the shout of victory on the battlefield, in Hallelujah chorus, the morning song of the redeemed, the evening song of the penitent, in man's soul. Feeling engulfs them. Not until the subtle nature of man is solved can it be done." Until the half-century comes, may the Sinfonian who has seen the light see also a vision in his daily toil and joy. May those who are still without and blind, but all the time our brothers, come to and see. With this picture for the Sinfonian to look upon and to think over in its application to the life and light of our fraternity, I am happily bound to write yet again, once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian. Long live the Sinfonia. Fraternally yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Percy Jewett Burrell. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, Volume 10, 1911. Ben Harris. To Sinfonians. To you who think of me, wherever you may be, a sweet thought I send in flight over the land and over the sea and out in the starless night. Over the trackless desert, over the swell of the tide, this tender thought I send to thee, this thought with thee abide. I treasure the words you've spoken, I prize the love thoughts in your eyes. I value the oaths unbroken, for you, brothers, my whole soul cries. Ben Harris, Upsilon. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 10, 1911. Coleman Dudley Frank. New York City, March 17, 1912. Dear Brother Kaiser and esteemed historian, each one of us thinks in terms of his own experiences and environment, and so when you ask me to tell you what I think Sinfonia can do for the advancement of music in America, I answer you in terms of my own experiences of the past few years, touching only one point in the large circumference of activities in which Sinfonia can aid in the promotion of American musical interests. Sinfonia should start something here in New York City. Sinfonia should have a chapter in this great musical center, for without insult to the artistic activities of the village choir of Podunk, or even to the musical enlightenment of Boston and Cincinnati, New York may safely be said to be the greatest music center of our country. It is a mere platitude to add that the greatest center of musical activity ought to focus about the greatest musical fraternity of the country. New York has within its city confines 3 great universities, each fostering the fraternity system, yet Phi Mu Alpha is not listed among the Greek letter societies. New York City has more schools of music, with a larger total enrollment, than any other metropolis of the world, probably, yet all this opportunity is wasted for Sinfonia. Here are paid the highest salaries to choir singers, and here are offered better opportunities for church singing than are to be found in many states. Yet Sinfonia is not yet among them. The orchestras center here in great numbers. Here is the home of the opera, grand and light, operetta as well, and musical comedy. Managers, music men, moneyed music enthusiasts congregate here. What a rich stretch of virgin soil for the immediate sowing of the seeds of Sinfonia standards. Sinfonia men, Sinfonia sympathies, Sinfonia ideals ought to gradually find their way into all these choirs, these schools, these orchestras, these musical organizations. What we need here is a local chapter plus an alumni chapter, a local chapter that could take under its protecting wing the best of the large army of young musicians of talent who flock here annually from all over the land, and who need the protection of a Sinfonia home, the encouragement of a Sinfonia fraternity, the good fellowship and the financial aid of community living, and an alumni branch that would hold out the hand of welcome to the big band of Phi Mu Alpha fellows who come here from year to year, from Alpha, from Eta, from Lambda, either to take up permanent residence or as mere birds of passage, but to whom a Sinfonia home would be a haven of refuge and a much-needed help. Then, as these men scatter to the west, the north, the south, to become the leaders of musical matters everywhere, they would carry with them the Sinfonia ideals and purpose. They would scatter them throughout the length and breadth of the land to the advancement of musical America along the lines of Sinfonia's ideals and Sinfonia's standards. Coleman Dudley Frank, Upsilon, 03. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, Volume 11, 1912. Henry Meyer. A Man Song. Most strong and noble in God's great plan is he who wills and he who can. The grip of his hand does anyone good, by the light of his eye he's understood. Ah, it's he with the flow of song in his veins, and he with the spirit of work in his brains, who wins the fight and finds the way and carries the colors with closing day. Ah, brother, let's live and love and grow, not more, not less, only so that our souls may be filled with harmony and the goodness of God in all we see. Henry Meyer, Delta. From Sinfonia Yearbook, 11, 1912. O. E. Mills. What are the possibilities of Sinfonia? Optimism runs high in Phi Mu Alpha. Boston, March 15, 1912. Dear Brother, our worthy historian has requested me to write a few words on the question of what are the possibilities of Sinfonia, and I am very glad indeed to improve this opportunity for a little heart-to-heart talk with my brother Sinfonians. The future possibilities of our beloved fraternity will depend, I believe, entirely upon the individual membership. The type of man you and I are, the personal influence that radiates from our lives, will be the power to make or unmake the men with whom we are now associated, or who shall come after us. If we are men of low ideals or no ideals, it is folly to expect much of worth from the organization. Personally, I look upon a fraternity as not only a social body, but an educational influence. Our business is the making of men, and the all-important question for us, are Sinfonians any better for being Sinfonians? Do they leave our portals physically, mentally, morally stronger, cleaner, purer? In fact, more worthy men than when they enter? If not, then the Sinfonia fraternity has no excuse for existing, and for making such large drafts on our time, our energy, and our means. Our fraternity was founded on broad, uplifting, ennobling principles which we are wont to hear rehearsed from time to time until they become very familiar to us. But do they clutch us? Do they become molding influences in our lives? Brother, come with me aside into the silence for a moment, and let us seriously consider the mystic meaning of each letter of our beloved Sinfonia. Is there not enough here to develop the highest type of manhood? If only we will, with the deepest sincerity, allow these mystic meanings to sink deep into our hearts, they will surely inspire us to noble attainment. Then there will be no limit to the glorious possibilities of our fraternity. So let us, you and I, for the sake of our brother man, individually strive by example and influence to lift the standard of thought and conduct from the low level of selfishness and self-indulgence up to the lofty realms of aspirational thought and self-denial. This it is to be a man of the highest type, to be and not seem, to do and not simply to talk, to have the right ideal, the true motive, and patiently to transform conduct in accordance with it. So let it be for Sinfonia. Affectionately and fraternally yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Ossian E. Mills. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, 11/1912. William Morris. Forsooth, brothers, fellowship is heaven, and the lack of fellowship is hell. Fellowship is life, and the lack of fellowship is death. And the deeds that ye do upon the earth, it is fellowship's sake that ye do them. Therefore I bid you not dwell in hell, but in heaven, upon earth, which is a part of heaven, and forsooth, no foul part. William Morris, from Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 11, March 1912. George A. Parker. Syracuse, New York, March 9, 1912. Dear Brother Sinfonians, I am asked to give briefly a few thoughts for the 1912 Phi Mu Alpha Annual on the question, what are the possibilities of Sinfonia? Living as I do in an atmosphere of fraternity life, there being over 40 fraternities represented in our institution, I am able to observe the effect of these organizations on the student body. I have no hesitancy in saying that the fraternity, with high ideals, is a power for good in any school, college, or profession in which it may have a chapter. It encourages a loyalty to the alma mater, inspires an ambition for superior scholarship, and promotes a feeling of brotherhood and mutual helpfulness among its members. In fact, it is often the means of giving the student a new vista on life in its relation to his fellow men, and an increased sense of its obligations and responsibilities. Sinfonia stands, I believe, for such high ideals, and is rapidly coming to be a national organization of influence and power in the musical profession. Such growing numbers of earnest musical students, as they go out into their life work, have great possibilities of exerting a powerful influence on the profession which should result in a more charitable and fraternal spirit of goodwill, where now is the altogether too prevalent spirit of jealousy, enmity, and the like. They can also, by their efforts and by distinguished scholarship, do much toward securing for music greater recognition on the part of our college authorities, and consequently in the college curriculum itself. And need it be too much hope that, ere long, from its ranks will come the great American composer, whose genius and scholarship shall command the homage and respect, not only of America, but of the whole musical world as well? These are some, at least, of the possibilities of Sinfonia, if the fraternity lives up to its ideals. Fraternally yours, George A. Parker. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, Volume 11, 1912. George C. Williams. We are all very prone to regard the future with uplifted eyes, our gaze fixed on the distant horizon, as though we expected all future opportunities and events to drop from some unseen realm to which we had not as yet attained and with which we had nothing to do. This is but one of the many misleading fancies which we are pleased to pin our faith to. As a matter of fact, brother Sinfonians, our future does not come to meet us, but overtakes us from behind. And if we would have a future filled with great possibilities, we must fill the present minute with 60 seconds of well-completed past, upon which our future may rest secure. The possibilities for Sinfonia, for better manhood, for the advancement of music, for the promotion of brotherhood, are manifold. But the discerning, the grasping, and fulfilling of these possibilities lies all within ourselves.
The possibilities of Sinfonia depend upon the fulfillment of two words dear to every true Sinfonian: inspiration and attainment. When we stand in a valley, the horizon seems near. Let us climb a hill, and our view is expanded. The higher we climb in thought, in aspiration, in noble living, the greater will be our possibilities. For truer than all that is written is all that has not been told. The yet unlived and unloving are truer than all the old. The fairest is still the furthest. The life that has yet to be holds ever the past and present, itself the soul of the three. George C. Williams, from Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 11, March 1912. Ben Harris. To my friend, Butter, he was a prince. We call the roll, he answers not. My brother is not here. Yes, he is gone, but not forgot. From my eye there drops a tear. Less fragrant would my life have been if I had never met you, friend. My brother, often have I thought of those days now at an end. Your happy smile as we joke awhile, your optimistic way, your great true heart, that I know in part, has cheered us many a day. When the roll is called some day above at a meeting of the boys, we'll greet you with fraternal love. We'll retell old-time joys. You've left your mark, O brother mine, you've left an imprint on my soul. And I but pray I can my part play as nobly as the years onward roll. Ben Harris, Upsilon, 08. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 11, March 1912. Ben Harris. To you, brother Sinfonian, wherever you may be, a word of greeting. Hearken to this thought received from me. There's a brother who is waiting to clasp you by the hand. When your footsteps stray eastward, here's a brother to command. Ben Harris, Upsilon, 08. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, Volume 11, March 1912. Percy Jewett Burrell. The President's Message. Chicago, April 21, 1913. Dear brother Sinfonians, what message of most helpfulness and greatest incentive can I send to all Sinfonians? Would that I had the power to discern it. I have looked over 5 yearbooks which contain messages from the writer, and have noted that the preamble of the Constitution, clause by clause, has served as texts. I am impressed with the fact of the worthiness of the Sinfonia object. I am not surprised that Phi Mu Alpha is bigger, busier, and better today than ever before. It lives and grows because it has a right to live and grow. Sinfonia is not a usurper of another's prerogatives, not an excrescence on fraternal society. It supplies a very real need in the minds and hearts of young men, and older ones, too, who want to develop musicianship and manhood. To measure the growth of brotherly feeling is a difficult task. Mathematics and scales cannot do it. Yet you know and I know that right in this direction has been our greatest progress. Let us rejoice in our consciousness of this fact and determine that our chief purpose is the development of the truest fraternal spirit. Herein each and every brother can help to increase Sinfonia's weight. He can be a truer brother today than yesterday, and on tomorrow than today. Unless brothers in the chapter know that they are more charitable and generous, more decent and more all-round better men within a fraternity than they would be outside of one, then indeed such men belong outside. A personal consciousness of the possession of a Sinfonia idea and ideal, and a practical exemplification in daily life, are the proof positive that one is a Sinfonian indeed. Will you not pardon me if I glance over the last 6 years, years fraught with so much of personal interest, for during these years which mark 1/2 of the life of the National Sinfonia, I have sought to serve my brothers as their president. With the 5 yearbooks before me, and these pages upon which I now write, I count 6 annuals. It is with a feeling of deep interest that I recall the installation of 6 new chapters: Zeta at Columbia, Iota at Evanston, Kappa at Baltimore, Lambda at Greencastle, Mu at Oklahoma, and Nu at Granville. And I must not forget the first alumni chapter founded this past winter in the metropolis itself. The fraternity has expanded twofold, and there has resulted men. Before this book is in your hands, a petition will have been received from the University of Iowa, and it may be that other petitions will have come to hand. One chapter has been placed on the inactive list, Gamma of Detroit. It is a creditable record for any fraternity that of the 15 chapters founded in the first male musical fraternity ever organized in this country, an experiment in organization if there ever were one, only 3 chapters have become inactive. In 1907, the number of Sinfonians in the country was 473. Today, there are 876. During the coming year, the 1,000th member will enter the Sinfonia fold. 1,000 Phi Mu Alphans. Where? Everywhere, the world over, in the smallest hamlet in the land, in the metropolis of America, in the great cities of the globe. What a band to boost the Sinfonia. What of the next 6 years? If the increase prove proportionate, we shall have 24 chapters and 2,000 brothers. It is not too much to hope for. Indeed, our hopes should be for an even larger success. The past 6 years have seen the adoption of many new policies and the realization of fond hopes, all of which I believe time will justify. I am not attempting to name them in the order of importance, for in many cases there is an equality in this respect. I refer to what all brothers must know, to our successful publications, 3 Mystic Cats a year, and as creditable a fraternity organ in the Phi Mu Alpha Annual as there is in Greek letter journalism, the classification and systemization of all members and the adoption of a membership card index, an embossed coat of arms, new shingles, new pins, a songbook, recognition in Baird's official fraternity manual, new and revised ritual, 1st and 2nd degrees, and paraphernalia, uniform observance of Founders' Day, the annual visitation and inspection of chapters, expansion tours, the appointment of local alumni secretaries and the awakening of the alumni body, the historical examination of all active members, the annual prize competition for American composers, a more compact and centralized national organization, all debts paid and a surplus in the treasury, a better understanding and appreciation on the part of all brothers of the significance and scope of the national Sinfonia. I cherish for the future Sinfonia the position as the most potent practical force among musicians of America. Only as the units, the individuals, are strong, intelligent, aggressive, enthusiastic, masterful, honest men, can the Sinfonia fraternity, our organization, become a real power. It is up to you, my brother. To be a Sinfonian in the musical realm of life, this should be a mark of distinction. Others should look up to you because you are really above them. They should expect more of you and get it, because you have the goods to deliver. The individual Sinfonian will make or unmake the national Sinfonia. The mystic letters Phi Mu Alpha are not being disgraced by individual indifference, sloth, or crime. Honor and more honor is attaching itself to the Sinfonia here, there, and everywhere. Today, the name Sinfonia is known from coast to coast and from Canada to Mexico, as it has never been known before. It is good to be in the bonds of Phi Mu Alpha. Travel over the Sinfonia circuit once, and you and I can talk in terms of a mutual and happy understanding. I covet for Sinfonians the good things of living and of life, and they will come to you and to me only by our leading a life that is good. The ethical and moral standard of your brother Sinfonians is higher than ever. Men talk not in terms of character demolition, but of character building. I should like to see in the 1914 annual, from every active Sinfonian, a one-sentence expression as to how Sinfonia has most helped him during the year. In his own way, he will tell unconsciously how he is helping Sinfonia, and the grand total result will be the taking account of our fraternally moral stock. Let each brother remember this suggestion. It may be that the historian will think it a worthy one and act upon it. To each brother in our fraternity I wish such a success, that in its winning he will set an example for others to follow him. I want Sinfonia to lead. Forward. Fraternally yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Percy Jewett Burrell. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, Volume 12, 1913. Frederick F. Snow. I look back with pleasure and sometimes longing at the few years of my life as an active Sinfonian that now seem as a few days. Shall I ever forget those few hours when 18 friends of mine were suddenly made 18 brothers, and how as time went on we added to this large family circle, ever happy, ever interested in each other? I know now that every brother Sinfonian in every part of the world is thrilled with unselfish, happy pride in any honor gained, any good deed done by a brother, young or old. This spirit quietly creeps into the active's mind and grows stronger year by year in the hearts of the alumni. What would I voice then? It is this: to weave a closer fellowship between the actives and the alumni. The time will come when the active of today will be looking back, as I am now, to the happy years of college life. Then we may feel that we are living in closer harmony. But is there not something we may do or something we may create that will make warm the interest between the active and the alumni members alike? I believe it will be the getting together, the returning of the alumni to the old home. Yes, all that, yet more. It will be the actives coming into the alumni clubs that are now being started and finding a home there. Here is the secret, I believe, which will cement and keep forever fresh the spirit of Sinfonia among us all. It is the getting together and singing the songs. Some of the happiest moments of all my life have been those spent with the boys grouped around a fireplace on a cold winter's night, each one singing as though for years the songs had been in his makeup and now were issuing forth, silver in their quality, golden in their warmth. And now, an alumnus, I am writing. Ah, we can't forget those songs of ours. No, we never could do that. For sometimes, when life seems most sad, those melodies come floating back. And we hear the boys a-singing, and we see them, everyone, while our hands give mental handshakes to every mother's son. And we forget our little troubles as the pictures of those days pass before our mental vision in a soft, ethereal haze. Ah, to gather all our brothers round the table seated there, give a toast to dear Sinfonia, while in every face so fair we read fraternal ardor, born of years that winged their flight, drawing hearts in closer union, vows whose strength we feel tonight. Frederick F. Snow. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 12, March 1913. Percy Jewett Burrell. The President's Message, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, August 19, 1914. Dear Brother Sinfonians, it is the summertide that finds me at the task of writing the annual message. My happy fortune it has been, during the past month, to motor throughout peaceful New England, and to see and hear and feel and breathe in all that nature bestows upon man in this her teeming season. It is, in truth, his own creative works that in this year of our Lord 1914 speak forth a message to Sinfonia. This is so impressed upon me at this time that I can write no more, no less, than what comes into my mind and goes out of my heart, while I seek in a weak human way to interpret the infinite idea as one sees it written, as by great crayon, on mountain, river, valley, and sea. And the messages that are for you and for me are four, and their tones are clarion, and sound forth to every spot on earth, whether at war or in peace, where dwells a brother in Phi Mu Alpha. The mountains. They rise the highest, and pierce the clouds, and kiss the skies. Man must look up to see them. From their crest he can see all, but he must look up before he can get up. Would he survey the great stretches into the distance, he must move in the majesty of optimism. So shall the Sinfonian who would seek the summit of success for Sinfonia and self have faith in himself and in his brotherhood. For without faith there can be no radiance from the sunshine of optimism to light the path of progress. Indeed, there come no works after his strife. Works! It suggests the rivers. In the upper Androscoggin, I saw a log jam 11 miles long and 1/4 of a mile wide. There were millions of logs tied in their own embrace. Down the stream were dams and sawmills with many wheels and great machinery driven by the power of the Androscoggin. What a mighty work that river does! It acts the giant's part toward sheltering humanity in homes of wood. This river is ever in motion. It moves as a constructive force. It works. Brothers, do you catch the message of the rivers? If you do, and if you heed it, in the majesty of work, you will build a bigger and better Sinfonia. And the rivers flow into the sea. As they wind on, they grind deeper and deeper into Mother Earth. They push back the shores. The sea receives and welcomes her own. Where is the power like that of the ocean? Who is he who can leash her fury or arouse her calm? Who can measure her fathomless depth? Depth. Is this not what determines her power and her glory? Is not the mighty mountain wave indeed the visible depths? What is then this message of the ocean, if it be not one that spells our character, deep, strong, abiding? Picture before yourselves the 1,000 Sinfonians the world over, sitting on the shores of the Atlantic for a nature lesson, watching and listening to the great and mighty ocean breakers. Then rising to their feet with a new strength, a wonderful invigoration, and a clear consciousness of the profundity of human character before unknown to them. They rise and move in the majesty of manhood. Now from the roaring, surging ocean, let the Sinfonian turn his steps inland, and gaze down upon the valleys. Nature leaves nothing undone. She caps a mountain peak with glistening snow, and carpets a valley in lovely green. She delights in delighting man. Did you ever ride along the upper Connecticut River Valley close to the Canadian line? How serene and peaceful it is. Hill and slope, pool and stream, forest and plain are jewels of nature studding the valley. All is peace, there is sweet concord, fragrance ladens the air, every visible thing is attuned. The message to ear and eye, to the breathing nostrils of mankind, aye, to his very soul, is harmony. Verily the mighty fabric of nature is so gloriously interwoven that man kneels in awe. And it seems to me that God attunes nature not for her sake, but for us, that we may key our own human natures to the majesty of harmony. May our Sinfonia Brotherhood, on each day of the year to come, draw close to the mountain, river, valley, and sea, and hear their vibrant message of optimism, work, character, and harmony. If each brother will do this, ours will be a fraternity whose optimism will have no cloud, whose work will know no drone, whose character will show no stain, and from whose harmony will sound in truest ring, once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian. Fraternally yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Percy Jewett Burrell. From the Phi Mu Alpha Annual, Volume 13, 1914. Edward J. Stringham. 10 Commandments for a Frat Man. 1. Remember that the pin you so proudly wear over your heart is not merely to show the world that you are a frat man, but to remind you that you are one. 2. Your fraternity is no more or less than you make it. 3. Honesty, integrity, courtesy, and fraternity should be synonymous terms. 4. It is but an honor and a privilege to be a frat man. Be appreciative by acting the man at all times. 5. Love your frat brother more than yourself, and the man who wears no pin no less. 6. Don't be a snob because you wear a pin, just as good hearts beat beneath a vest which bears no pin. 7. A frat can either make or break a man's character. It is up to you which it is. 8. Put forth your best efforts each day in the classroom, in your friends, and in the frat house, and you will find that you will reap a goodly harvest. 9. Don't join a frat with the idea, how much can I get out of it? Rather, how much can I put into it? 10. Always remember that you are only one of many, yet 1,000 eyes are upon you and will judge the whole fraternity by your deeds, words, and character. Edward J. Stringham, Iota. From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 13, March 1914. Gilbert Reynolds Combs. The President's Message. Dear Brother Sinfonians, when at dinner, Wednesday evening, December 2nd, I was called to the phone by that live wire Knox of Ada, and told that I was elected president of Sinfonia. Words cannot express my feelings. After so many years of inaction, to suddenly be pushed into the office of president of the only national music fraternity was an event which takes some time to realize. To attempt to follow the pace set by my worthy predecessor, in addition to carrying the responsibilities and labors of the position I hold as director of the Conservatory, is a work well nigh impossible. But if my love for my brothers, my interest in the welfare of the various chapters, and the success of the national body is as deep as I feel it to be, this year shall be one of internal growth, of fuller realization and development of our three cardinal principles. Expansion is a splendid thing, but let us be cautious. We have arrived at a stage where we can afford to weigh fully the merits of the applicants for new charters. Quality, not quantity, should be the watchword in chapter as well as fraternity expansion. A few thoughts for the new year. The secret of chapter interest and activity is largely one of giving everyone something to do. The retention of officers in their position longer than 1 year, with the exception of the secretary and treasurer, has a dampening effect on the chapter members. The ritual should be memorized not only by the officers, but by the members, who should be rehearsed and allowed to officiate at rehearsals of the degree. Rehearsals of the degree should be held at least once a month, as the lessons taught are beautiful and, if heard frequently, will have a lasting effect upon our whole lives. By allowing members from the floor to participate in the ritualistic work, their fitness for elevation to offices in the chapter can be determined. The frequency of rehearsals has much to do with the dignity and with the depth of the impression it makes on the candidate. In chapter life, let us try to cultivate patience, charity, and brotherly love. Remember and bear with the impulsiveness of youth. An impatient word leaves a sting that takes long to heal. We are apt to forget that our enemy is simply our friend who does not understand us. In our attitude toward each other and to the chapter, keep in mind constantly that by a law of nature we receive just what we give. If we give kind, helpful thoughts to others, they must entertain these thoughts about us. Give your best to the chapter, and you will receive far more than you give. Finally, if you would have a brother, be a brother. With this little message goes a heart full of love and best wishes for a happy and prosperous new year. Sincerely and fraternally, in Phi Mu Alpha, Gilbert Reynolds Combs, Supreme President, Sinfonia. From the Mystic Cat, Volume 6, Number 1, March 1915. Gilbert Reynolds Combs. Success depends on each doing his share, says Supreme President Combs. Personal responsibility is something that youth is loath to assume, yet it cannot be shirked. Personal responsibility in our thoughts, words, and actions, whether in relation to our country, state, city, fraternity, or domestic relations, must be shouldered by each and every one of us, and there can be no evasion. And in just the proportion in which the load is assumed is character developed. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And as long as government, whether federal, state, municipal, fraternal, or religious, is composed of imperfect human beings, just so long will the organizations of human society be imperfect. What is everybody's business is nobody's business seems to be the rule everywhere. We are all too short-sighted to realize that if each one would assume his personal responsibility, we would eliminate crime, poverty, unhappiness, and really all the ills of life. Do we realize our personal responsibility when we cast our ballot,
or do we vote the way we are told to vote? Not 1 man in 10, or 100 would be nearer the truth, does his own thinking. We accept our beliefs ready-made from our parents or friends. It is too much trouble to think them out for ourselves. A man deserves no credit for his political or religious beliefs if he simply follows in his father's footsteps without arriving at his own conclusions after mature deliberation. We are given individual minds and will be held to a strict accountability for the way we use our minds and talents, as well for our conduct toward our fellow men. Personal responsibility. We find it on every hand. Do we realize our personal responsibility when we assume the vows and initiation? Each clause of the ritual should sink deep into our minds and make a lasting impression on our whole lives. Do we realize that it is honest, loyal enthusiasm of each individual member that makes the honest, loyal chapter of an honest, loyal fraternity? Our personal responsibilities extend from the largest to the smallest affairs in life, to all mankind, but especially to our brothers in Phi Mu Alpha. What are you doing for your brother? What are you doing for your chapter? Are you giving the best? It is more blessed to give than to receive was told us nearly 2,000 years ago, but we are just beginning to realize its truth. Let us rouse ourselves from lethargy, let us be prompt in the fulfillment of our obligations, and vie with each other in good works for our beloved fraternity. From the Mystic Cat, Volume 6, Number 2, June 1915. O. E. Mills. Greetings from Father Mills. Dear brothers, I am glad of the opportunity to say a word to you through the columns of the first issue of The Cat under new management. We have passed far enough beyond the convention of 1914 to be able to have somewhat recovered from any shock we may have received from the disarrangement of some of our pet schemes or plans. No doubt it is a mistake for us to feel that just because we have brothers filling the highest offices of the fraternity who are in every way superior and eminently fitted to fill the positions, that there are no other brothers who, with experience, may become quite as efficient. Some of us were disappointed with the unexpected changes that were made in the personnel of the Supreme Council, but we have ceased to look back with regret, and are looking forward with firm determination, that so far as in us lies, the banner of Sinfonia shall be held aloft, and our watchword will be upward and ever onward. Individually, my message to you, my brother, is be sincere, be genuine, in all of your life without the fraternity as well as within. Let the principles of Sinfonia, as emphasized by our ritual, be inculcated into all your life and work, and your membership in the Brotherhood shall not be in vain. This leads me to say a word to the chapter officials, urging that they give careful attention to the ritual and to its use, as well as all the program connected with the second-degree initiations. I would suggest that brothers who are the very best readers and of the highest character be selected to officiate at the service regardless of whether they are officers or not, that they be expected to prepare themselves carefully, even to committing as much of the ritual as possible, and that a sufficient number of copies of the ritual be prepared so that they can be used with as little noise and confusion as possible, and the greatest care be taken by all, including those who furnish the musical part of the program, to the end that the service be dignified and impressive, and of that character that would make a deep and lasting impression on the hearts of all present. We are taking steps looking to this end in Alpha Chapter, and I will be pleased to answer any inquiries regarding our methods. Wishing you all a happy and prosperous year, and hoping to meet as many as possible at Cincinnati next Christmas, I am, most sincerely and fraternally, yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Ossian E. Mills. From the Mystic Cat, March 1915, Volume 6, Number 1, page 5. O. E. Mills. A message from Father Mills. Dear brothers, our historian has informed me that the next Mystic Cat will be as near as possible an alumni member, and has given me the opportunity to say a word through its columns to my brother Sinfonians, which I am very glad to do. In a comparatively short time, delegates from the various chapters with the supreme officers will meet in convention with Eta chapter at Cincinnati, at which time many important matters will be discussed and acted upon. It is desirable that we have a full representation from all chapters, and personally, I hope to see every chapter represented. It goes without saying that alumni members, whether delegates or not, be cordially welcomed, and I can assure them that if past experience counts for anything, they will feel amply repaid for any sacrifice made to be present. Naturally, the personnel of the alumni body is of very high standard, embracing as it does the pick of the young men of the various institutions where chapters are located. As years go by, this body is ever increasing in strength and efficiency, providing always that it is well organized and that each alumni retains an individual and personal interest. To this end, alumni chapters are being organized in various large centers, and we hope to receive reports of great progress along this line at the next convention. I sincerely hope that steps will be taken to publish a vest pocket directory of the alumni, and feel confident that this would be assured if some alumni member would volunteer to defray the expenses of printing and distribution. There are many things that alumni members can do for their home chapters if they are interested enough to keep in touch. 14 years have passed since our fraternity was founded, and there is no estimating the value of the bonds of fraternal friendship that have been cemented during the past. With sincerest and fraternal wishes for the future, I am yours in Phi Mu Alpha, Ossian E. Mills. From The Mystic Cat, December 1915, Volume 6, Number 3, page 10. How It Feels to Miss a Convention, by Percy Jewett Burrell, Alpha. The keeper of the Mystic Cat wishes me to write about how it feels to miss a convention. I can answer his question by asking him one. How would it feel, Brother Quinn, to go without anything to eat on Thanksgiving Day after you had got used to a turkey dinner ever since you could remember your first Thanksgiving? What more need be said? Really, very little. From the first convention back in 1901 in the birthplace of Sinfonia, in this city, it has been my privilege and inspiration to be present in both body and spirit at each one of the annual gatherings, sometimes as delegate, more often by virtue of an office. There are few things in my life which I cherish more than the memory of these brotherhood meetings. They have meant much to me. It goes without saying that I would have liked to have been present in Cincinnati in December. It was hard to breathe naturally in Boston during the closing days of 1915, as my fraternity lungs craved to fill up for another year on Sinfonia oxygen. Frankly, I missed the annual physical exercise with the gavel, and fear my right arm will become flabby. I missed the self-satisfaction one finds in the exercise of a willpower that for 3 successive mornings gets the tired, aching body out of a cold bed 1 hour and 35 minutes after it is or has been placed therein. I missed everything that you fellows who were in Cincy got, and a lot more that cannot very well be told in mere words. It is that indescribable something which keeps any fraternity alive, and which I did not feel by personal contact. That was my loss, and is any man's loss who does not know what it is to meet and mingle and measure up side by side with brothers from everywhere, bound by a common bond which no geographical line can sever. And I think this loss is more keenly felt by one who has attended conventions than by him who has not, for it is difficult to call anything a loss that has never been possessed. During the past 15 years, I had learned to look upon Sinfonia convention time as something of quite as much importance in the natural order of things as 4th of July and Christmas, and that the 3 days would find me right on deck with my voice and my vote, as the 4th does, or rather did when I was young, with my tin horn and firecracker, and Christmas with my holeless stocking. But as years roll by, one must inject into his system more and more philosophy in order to be happy and hopeful. It is all right to be sad for a reason. It is all wrong to brood, for there is no reason for that. This is just where the philosophy of life and the joy of living comes in. So I am sorry to have missed greeting the old boys and meeting the new boys.
But after saying this, I want you to know, brothers, that I rejoice there were many in Cincy who did meet and sing and shout for the red, black, and gold. That able, conscientious workers reconstructed the Sinfonia temple, and will go on doing so under the guidance of Master Builder Drayton. That misunderstanding and misgivings vanished like mist before the morning sun. That every man who is there believes more than ever before that Phi Mu Alpha is the best thing that has come into his life. That once again was reiterated in no mistaken tone the article of faith, once a Sinfonian, always a Sinfonian. From The Mystic Cat, Volume 7, Number 1, March 1916. F. Otis Drayton. Excerpt from Service is the Watchword of the New Supreme President. The main thing, after all, is to be able to meet our fellows in the proper way. Dr. Holmes said once that in 2 parties to a conversation there were at least 6 persons speaking. The first was the man who spoke, as he seemed to himself. The second was the man as he appeared to others. And the third was the real man as he was known to his Maker. Better known than he was willing to acknowledge for himself. And as you multiply these 3 by 2, you get the 6 parties to that conversation. Now it seems to me that what we want for ourselves is, in the first place, to find out what the real man is, as he would wish to be known by his Maker, and second, to try to be as near to that as we can, and third, to be known to our brothers as trying to do that. So doing, we can make our fraternity a great success, and then the true Sinfonia will be the attitudes that a man occupies towards his brother man. Excerpt from The Mystic Cat, Volume 7, Number 1, March 1916. Almost a Man, Author unknown. Every day, looking on crowds of better men than ourselves, we are tempted to put the blame on nature, on luck, on the fact that our ancestors were imperfect eugenists, on any and every cause except our loitering and indifferent selves. It is provoking to be nearly and not quite an adequate specimen of the race. We do not ask to be as gods, or as understudies at least of Apollo and Adonis, but in the presence of all these better men we are conscious of our shabby incompetency. What is the matter? There is a screw loose somewhere in the personal social machinery. What is it? Where is it? Of course, if we had known the advantages these other fellows enjoyed, we should have made good. They were left money. The rolling wheel of fortune stopped at their door, opportunity knocked, and they accepted the invitation to step aboard the triumphal waiting chariot. We were born luckless, except for the hard luck whose story we have been retailing all our days. It has often been suggested, indeed, that we should hire a hall or put our lamentations in book form. That must mean, we assure by supreme infatuation, missing the sarcasm that everybody likes to hear them. Is it any wonder that busy people who got there by the sweat of the brow and the callousness of the palm and the foot are made a little bit tired and a little bit cross sometimes by the caterwauling of the misfit who puts in his time morning spilt milk, and now spends the rushing hours envying those who passed him and got there? Why does a man fail? One smash-up or a dozen cannot put out of the running the undefeatable soul. The world applauds the up-boys and atom spirit that is flattened out and then puffs itself, but not without conceit, for a fresh start. Temporary failure is often the stepping stone, the starting point for victory. But there are men who, when knocked down, stay down. What is the matter with them? The solicitude for a fizzler is not one that concerns busy people as a rule, but in these days, when we are conserving every kind of waste material and coining dross into gold, it is time to take account of the wastage in brains and souls and moral stamina eschewed or but half utilized. Most men are using but a part of themselves, like a motor car running on 1 or 2 of its 6 cylinders. As Williams James pointed out, they could do a great deal more than ever they attempt, but they are content with a latent capacity rather than a patent achievement. They describe to themselves, sometimes to us, what they could do if they would. Potentially, they are in the superlative degree.
We would have to admire with our whole box of adjectives the fine fellow whose portrait they limn with the lavish brush of the imagination. They talk till there is a risk of parching the tongue, but when we ask for the net proceeds, the brutal plain result, we are put aside with more linguistics. The plain man doing the work wants no more of the fancy, faineant gentleman than that they shall get out of his beset track and not bother him. He has his own straight furrow, and he cannot turn the clean billows of earth away from the plow's keen, cleaving edge without striking many a flinty rock and stubborn root. These elegant folk, too proud to soil their hands, are a detriment to him. He heartily desires to see the last of them. Let the youth write in his bright lexicon at the top of the first page that the prime reason why men stay put, somewhere around the ladder's lower rung, is that at one time or another in their lives they supposed that some particular species of work was beneath their precious dignity. Here is something you ought to know, if already you don't know it. The first requirement for accomplishment is belief in yourself and your power to achieve. If you do not believe yourself capable of doing a certain thing, you cannot do that thing. However much skill or knowledge you may possess, lack of self-confidence will rob you of the advantage conferred by these. If you believe you can accomplish the task, even though you will be less skilled and more ignorant than some competitor who excels in mental and physical equipment but lacks the spirit, the will, you are apt to win over him. So great is the power of faith in self. Now, this priceless attribute is not solely a matter of self-production. If you have not the proper amount of belief in yourself and your ability to do things, it may not be all your fault. Some of it is your fault, for each normal individual has within him the possibility of building a reasonably strong belief in his power to overcome. You have but to make a brief study of your own body to be sure of this. Look at the delicate structure, intricate beyond words, and dependent for its existence on such a number of parts, which must work together to maintain the proper degree of heat and provide the right amount of energy. Yet nature so orders this body that it does all this and more. It defends itself against 100 enemies a day. It goes even farther. It makes friends and helpers of many of these enemies. The cold air which might chill it is made an invigorator. The heat which might scorch it is transformed into a free Turkish bath. This body is governed by a mind. If the subconscious routine of that mind can, as it does, overcome so many obstacles in keeping this part of the business going, cannot the conscious mind, which is your master whip, be trusted to take care of the rest? It can. But you may seek to make the most of this possibility and still fail to achieve self-confidence. Here comes the part of the matter which is not wholly within your control. For if those around you, those with whom you work and live, chill you with disapproval and mistrust, even your faith in self may be frozen. Says a recent writer in the Irish World, quote, "For most persons, an atmosphere of disapproval, of criticism, of discouragement to incentive and to self-respect is hard to bear. It is also the cause of many a disaster to character, through leading to the self-depreciation and to the indifference that makes effort seem useless. Those who take us at a generous valuation inspire us to our best. Even if what we regard as our best may not be much more than seeming, it nevertheless draws from us a recognition of true worth. Furthermore, it plants in the mind an ideal that may flower into a reality." Unquote. It is just as easy to say a word that will encourage as to say one that will discourage. It is just as easy to look with a smile of favor on the effort of the person next to you as to cast thereon the cold, critical frown. Just as easy. And in many an instance, far more profitable for the one who encourages as well as the one encouraged. There's a man in this country who 40 years ago was working beside another man. That other man used his spare hours to perfect an invention. Everybody but this particular co-worker tried to discourage him. Finally, he completed his invention. He tried to put it on the market, but again he faced the doubts and discouragements of the crowd. But before he did this, he handed to the one man who had not discouraged a certificate for 100 shares of stock in his company. "You've earned that by encouraging me," he said. "Today that block of stock is worth $500,000. Better than this sum is the satisfaction of knowing you've helped, rather than hindered, another in the struggle to make good. You know how it helps you to be encouraged, praised, commended. What about the other fellow?" From Sinfonia Yearbook, Volume 7, Number 3, December 1916. Fraternities and Brotherhood. There is a reason for everything under the sun. Back of every bad thing is a bad reason, and back of every good thing is a good reason. The failure of most good undertakings is simply the failure to grasp and fully realize the ideas which are their reasons for being. Nothing in this world goes forward without this vital something within which gives it motive and power. One reason why so many evil things succeed while good things languish is because evil things so often depend upon an aggressive selfishness, which is strong enough to organize their root ideas and keep them in a high state of efficiency, while the good things are so timidly held that their root ideas suffer for want of nourishment. Take, for example, two societies. One is an improvement society for young men, and the other is a gang of young pirates organized to loaf around by day and practice vandalism upon the community by night. It is a fact that the pirate gang holds together with a quite remarkable tenacity, and the members do and dare for each other and divide the spoils of their thieveries with a genuine gang fealty. On the other hand, it is a work almost of divine grace to keep the improvement society going. Now, in point of fact, the idea back of the Improvement Society is a very noble idea, and ordinarily makes a strong appeal to the best that is in the young men. On the other hand, the idea back of the pirate gang is one of the meanest and weakest of ideas, and makes no very powerful appeal even to its votaries, and besides puts every one of them in constant danger, and calls for sacrifices which are painful and wearying. The strength of the pirate gang is forced to cling to its idea and to organize and develop it. The young pirates find it hard to return to honest ways. They are all committed and are in danger of exposure. Each one has something on all the rest, and none dares to fall out. Each one soon wears an indelible Cain mark, and is afraid of the honest people around him, and ceases to have remunerative employment, and so by degrees becomes dependent upon his villainous trade for a living. The weakness of the Improvement Society is in the fact that no necessity drives its members to be loyal to it. The idea is not vigorously and aggressively realized, and thus the society becomes a mere rope of sand. All strong social or fraternal organizations grow out of the fact of brotherhood, and the usefulness and strength of such depends on this idea of brotherhood, first of all, and then on the special objects the fraternity sets before itself. These are the very strongest ideas known among men, and they are always at work bringing people together. But it requires a special idea of service, or use, or enjoyment, something reasonable and desirable in itself, to keep them in a state of efficient appeal to the interest of their members. It is a pity that there is so much failure to grasp the meaning of brotherhood by the members of organizations which have good and useful aims, something that makes their existence worthwhile. For everything in our civilization that is worthwhile is the fruit of this brotherhood and the common endeavors that grow out of it. Men never accomplish anything alone. There are 3 words which ought to be pasted up as a warning wherever men come together, and the 3 words ought to wear a look of awful finality and everlasting seriousness. They are never, nothing, nowhere. Never has a man been known to do anything worthwhile alone. Nothing was ever accomplished by a man alone. Nowhere has a man alone ever come to anything that was worth coming to. In loneliness, men work up the raw material, as it were. They can do some thinking, make some preparation, get some ideas into shape. They can wash and dress and make ready to go out and mingle with their fellows. But all this is merely preparation. What they will do and say and be all depends upon their behavior and conduct among their fellows, in the midst of the brotherhood of which they are a part. Here is their true life. We are all members one of another. We are branches of the same tree, a family of one blood, and no man liveth to himself alone, nor even dieth to himself alone.
Now the lesson of all this is that men ought to propose to themselves real things, worthwhile things, in their fraternities and brotherhoods, ought to understand that what they do together is all that they can or will do. Then, having set before themselves real objects, whether of work or recreation, they ought to enter into the spirit of the brotherhood, organize the idea, and cling to it as a serious work, and fully worth all the time and means they feel warranted in allotting to it. It is not too much to say that the hope of the future rests on the degree in which all forms of right brotherhood now existing among us are faithfully and energetically developed and applied to the work they have in hand. From The Mystic Cat, Volume 7, No. 2, June 1916. F. Otis Drayton, The Spirit of Fraternity. You will sometimes hear it alleged by those who are ignorant of the spirit which pervades real fraternal organizations that such societies are undemocratic, and that they do not readily welcome all to their membership, and that the special bonds which unite members render them narrow in their sympathies. This is a superficial view. There are, of course, many different sorts of organizations calling themselves fraternal. Some of these are societies whose principal aim is social relaxation and good fellowship. Some are for the specific purpose of mutual financial help and insurance, with the fraternalism more or less a side issue. Some, it is true, have become little more than exclusive clubs, formed apparently, as was actually alleged at a meeting of a small club in a suburban town, for the purpose of keeping certain people out. These last, however, have departed very far from the spirit of the others, which have in greater or less degree inculcated the spirit of fraternity as one of their reasons for existence. And it is the bodies which insist most strongly on this spirit, and come the nearest to actually realizing it, which are most typical, and are most properly referred to as fraternal organizations. It is true that these organizations are to a certain extent exclusive. But the exclusiveness is not one founded on birth, on wealth, or on social position. It is the exclusiveness which demands that the candidates for admission should possess those qualities which will render them worthy of being taken into the intimate social life of the body, which will cause them to dwell harmoniously with their fellow members, and which will make possible the highest development of the spirit of real fraternity. And what is that spirit? It is the spirit of the brotherhood of man of which we hear so much, which is essentially the spirit of love. It is the spirit of fraternalism, as opposed on the one hand to paternalism, and on the other to the unrestricted competition, which is the doctrine of the survival of the fittest. Modern life is the battleground of these contending principles. A certain writer not long ago referred to the life of the present day as the fiercest that was ever lived in the history of the world. It has been veneered with the surface polish of civilization, and it is restrained by law so that men no longer tear and rend each other's bodies in the struggle of individuals for existence and supremacy, though in that of governments they may, but underneath there is a keener, fiercer spirit of contention, a strenuousness, a lack of rest and let-up, that did not exist in the more savage but less intense days of the past. As in the days of feudalism, the principles of chivalry were developed to soften and restrain the savagery of the time. So in this period of commercial rivalry carried to a point the world has never known before, when success is worshipped as a god and human welfare is made secondary to the highest development of industrial efficiency, that which insists on the great truth of the brotherhood of man is of inestimable value to the world. It is in this that the greatest value of the fraternal organization lies. The men who are taught this ideal of brotherly love in the fraternities cannot but carry some of it with them into their dealings with those of the outside world. So far from narrowing their sympathies, it broadens them. The man who is a good husband and father is usually a better citizen than the one who is not. And in the same way, the member of a fraternal organization who lives up to the ideals of his order in his dealings with his brethren is the one who will be likely to be influenced by fraternal principles in his relations with his fellowmen. The spirit of the brotherhood of man is being recognized as the ideal of the modern world, as it has never been before. We cannot live as individuals alone. In our daily life, we are brought into contact with our fellowmen constantly. And there arises in connection with these contracts conflicts of rights and interests which cannot always be settled by law.
It is being recognized that it is a duty, not merely a charity, to give some part of our efforts and our lives to the service of our fellowmen. This principle has already modified to some extent the fierce business competition of the present day, which, while keener, is less narrow in its methods than it was 20 years ago. The same spirit is beginning to be manifested in the reform of our prisons. It is recognized that our erring brethren are our brethren still, and it is influencing the life of thought and feeling of the day in other ways. There is a danger of its developing into paternalism, that instead of helping our fellow man to best develop his own life, we try to regulate it for him. But the true spirit of fraternity does not do this. Opposing this attitude on the one hand, and a selfish disregard of his interests on the other, it demands that he be treated as a brother. The lessons inculcated in us in the fraternity room go with us into the world, and we go forth determined to care for the welfare of our fellow man, to help him when he is in need, to support him when he stumbles, and to raise him when he falls. In short, to exemplify in our dealings with him the true spirit of fraternity, which is the spirit of the Golden Rule: do unto others as you would that they would do unto you. Excerpt from The Sinfonian, Volume 1, Number 1, July 1917. Orpheus, by George E. Leighton. In looking over some old files, I came across a lot of notes and data collected during last season in a bit of research work made necessary by committee duties. Many of us, in our school days, lightened and brightened our labors by electing mythology instead of a more brain-racking study which might later in life prove a practical asset. So it was with me, and when the above-mentioned duties compelled me to unearth a musical hero, and the known facts in connection with most of our well-known and therefore deceased brethren of the profession, accepting them from any such designation, I was constrained to delve into the dust of tradition. Then it was that I remembered my mythology, rather remembered that there was such a subject, and the research work was commenced. The Norse legends and old German myths lacked warmth and color. All therein is blood and fighting, hammers and rings and fire and water and a dark and terrible destruction to end it all. The only hero worthwhile is in no way connected with music. What I was looking for was a traditional character whose life was associated with music, and who lived a life that was worthy, in most respects, of exemplification. The mythology of ancient Greece offered for choice Orpheus, his son Musaeus, the Thracian bard Thamyris, Linus, Marsyas, and Amphion. The traditions concerning Orpheus appealed to all of us of the committee as having the necessary qualities, and he became our chosen hero. In writing this article, I am transcribing from the notes already referred to, and I have forgotten the source of my information. I can't say now whether I am using my own words or those of more worthy scribes. The worst may be his, but the best he has fleeced, from dinky old masters not only deceased, but damned ere their dying. Orpheus seems to have had his traditional origin in Thrace. It is entirely possible that such a character really sojourned here below, but even the ancients denied his corporeal existence. No mention is made of him in Homer and Hesiod, although he was known in the time of Ibycus, and Pindar, about 500 BC, speaks of him as the father of song. The Greek letters omicron, rho, phi, dark, orphnaios, orphne, suggest a derivation of his name and an explanation of the original conception of him as a god of the darkness, having the power through song over the forces of darkness. From the 6th century on, he has been looked upon as one of the chief poets and musicians of antiquity. The perfection of the lyre is credited to him, and he is supposed to have taught mankind the arts of medicine, writing, and agriculture. In the religious history of Greece, he is the traditional founder of a cult that modern writers recognize as having a close resemblance to Pythagoreanism in many particulars. Orphism, as the cult was called, endeavored to inculcate aestheticism in its devotees. It preached the doctrine of original sin, and believed in a soul, at first perfect, degraded in its first entombment in corporeal frame, passing later to other bodies, and through gradual evolution at last reaching its original state of divine perfection. Ritualistic ceremonies were performed nightly by the Orphics and called for sacrifice, prayer, and purification. Mythical legends were enacted in explanation of the rules and teachings of the cult, and audible assistance rendered to souls on their journey to the underworld. Some evidence bearing upon the actual existence of Orpheus might be deduced from the active opposition offered by Orphism to the drunken rites of the Thracians. It is suggested by J.E. Harrison that he was a reformer from Crete who preached against the bacchanalian rituals of the Thracians and was slain by them. Orphism never was popular, but it provided many imitators, impostors, and loafing priests with lucrative employment. These latter Orpheotelastai traveled about the country selling expiation for sins and crimes, committed and to be committed, to the dead and not yet dead, and even undertook, for a price, the punishment of their clients' enemies. This, as I recollect, has been done since, and in the name of a greater one. Proving, of course, that there is nothing new under the sun, and that the man with an idea furnishes someone else with an easy job while he starves to death. Orpheus is supposed to have visited Egypt, and there become acquainted with the writings of Moses and the doctrine of a future life. A great deal of fine literature is ascribed to him, but is probably the work of philosophers of a much later period. A well-known orchestra conductor was reproached by a critic for his intention of performing a certain composition of the classic school which has not stood the test of time. "But we've heard it at least 10 times in the last 5 years," said the critic. "Ah, but you haven't heard me conduct it," said the conductor. "The story of Orpheus and Eurydice is known to you all." "Ah, but you haven't heard me tell it." Orpheus was the son of either Apollo and Calliope, or Oeagrus, king of Thrace, and Calliope. The latter was a muse. Unfortunately, the relationship of his parents would not, in this day and age, entitle them to recognition in our best families. In the old days, a man's pedigree was forgotten as soon as he made good, so the detail of his birth is unessential. No record of his youth is of importance except that his playing of the lyre then, as later, charmed all things to echoing harmony. The wild beasts, the trees, the rocks, were sensible to his charm. And in like manner was Eurydice, and they were married. Unfortunately, Hymen, being called in to bless the union, allowed his torch to smoke, and this, as a prognostication, soon materialized in the Aristeus episode. The latter, a shepherd, saw Eurydice, and, imbued with the spirit of the times, alarmed her. She fled, and in her flight was bitten by a serpent, and died. Grief-stricken, Orpheus sang his plaint to all the world, but finding it of no avail, sought his beloved in the underworld. He sang his way through the shades, pleading for his wife, and the song that made the Furies weep and the vulture to forget its prey found a sympathetic listener in Pluto, who gave him back his Eurydice. Leaving the underworld, a momentary weakness caused him to look back, thus violating the condition of Eurydice's release. For the second and last time, she was lost to him, and, quote, "Beneath a rock ere Strymon's flood on high, 7 months, 7 long-continued months, 'tis said, he breathed his sorrows in a desert cave, and soothed the tiger, moved the oak with song." Unquote. The Thracian women, practicing the bacchanalian rites, attempted to lure him to their orgies, and, growing angry at his scorn, drowned the sound of his lyre with their screams and murdered him. His body and lyre, thrown in the Hebrus, were found by the Muses, and the body buried at Laberthra. Over the grave, quote, "the single nightingale perched in the rosier by, so richly toned, that never from that most melodious bird singing a love song to his brooding mate did Thracian shepherd by the grave of Orpheus hear a sweeter melody, though there the spirit of the sepulchre all his own power infuse to swell the incense that he loves." Unquote. The fact that Orpheus, mythical or real, has played an important role in the development of speculative philosophy places him, from the committee's viewpoint, very much above his vapid and somewhat lewd colleagues. The historical data that can and should be collected by some of us gives us a groundwork for a train of thought that should result in time in a creed of ethics and aestheticism, which, because of a feeling of proprietorship and sympathy, will individualize us and influence us to a higher plane. Orpheus was a man and a musician. We are trying to be musicians. Our success depends upon our talents and hard work. But how hard are we trying to be men? Orpheus was a man who, in mythology, remained true and lost his life rather than lose his integrity. In all writings that grant him historical existence, he was slain for opposing and trying to stop the drunken and obscene rites of the Thracians. Not one tradition or accusation is there to reproach his memory, except the momentary lack of faith that lost him his Eurydice. We have sought for a man and a musician. We have found the two in one. He is worthy of exemplification. From the Sinfonian, Volume 1, Number 1, July 1970. A Slacker's Prayer. Author unknown. Ye gods, here I am, a poor boob confronted with a small task and with neither the strength, ambition, or will to perform it. A chapter honor was thrust on me, and naught said at the time concerning the duties attached thereto. But now, even now, have I received from a national officer a letter which requireth an immediate answer, and in deep anguish, remembering my gift of voice and words, I raise the one and send forth the other in fervent prayer. Forsake me not in this my hour of need. Send me one withal that I have not to assume my burden. If such an one cometh not forward, or my task be not otherwise done, then must I, in the 11th hour, do it myself. And ye know then how it will be done. I weep, I wail and wait. Come to me while I sleep, and waken me not. Perform for me my duties in silence, for with manifold worries am I fatigued, and rest do I crave. Fail me not. From the Sinfonian, Volume 1, Number 1, July 1917. Everett B. Carter. To Sinfonia. Way back in old New England, 'twas in the 90s late, a little band of kindred souls began to congregate. These souls, possessed by music, they scarcely thought beyond when they formed a little company seeking a closer bond. What should they name this company, of whom none as yet had heard? They looked about, and lo, Sinfonia was the word. But seed will not be thwarted when fertile soil is near, and soon in another famous spot did a little shoot appear. And though none knew just what it was, it seems a species new. So it was given especial care, and quickly grew and grew. As other seeds were sprouting, naught seemed to check its spread. It must have name befitting of Latin or Greek, they said. So Phi Mu Alpha was chosen, and so 'tis recognized. The hopes of those early pioneers far more than realized. For kindly winds have blown the seed north and south and west. The oceans only are its bounds, but its soil must be the best. From the Sinfonian, December 1926. Oratory in the Public Schools, by Percy Jewett Burrell. 1. Considered as the last finish of education, or of human culture, worth, and acquirement, the art of speech is noble and even divine. It is like the kindling of a heaven's light to show us what a glorious world exists, and has perfected itself in a man. Carlyle. Under this general head, I wish to treat an important subject in a practical way. I desire to place before all readers of the Quarterly the result of some personal observation gleaned from a 12 years' course in the public schools of Boston, statements of leading educationists, the condition of this branch of study, its prospects, and the conclusions that present themselves after a careful consideration of the subject. It is not my purpose to indulge in theory and merely speculative thought, or to write an exhaustive treatise on oratory. I wish simply to make an effort to spread information on a subject on which there remains much to be learned by the general public. This is an opportune time to arouse general interest in the importance and value of oratory. Were Demosthenes an American at the close of the 19th century, he would say of his country, as he once said of Greece, "We are those whose government is based on speaking." But the difference between the Greece of yesterday and the America of today is that the former educated her youth to realize the truth of these words, while the latter fails to do so. But does not our country offer far more privileges and advantages for public speaking than did the old kingdoms and republics of Greece and Rome? Are there not on every hand places in which to gather and to speak? Is not the air filled with free speech? Could the field for public speaking be larger or grander? Could the demand be greater? Could the supply be smaller? But a more pertinent and practical question is, how can the supply of good speakers in all branches of active life be increased? If we would remedy an evil or correct a fault, we are wise in probing to the bottom to see what is the trouble. So in order to consider the last question, we must look into the public schools, the vestibule of education, where are molded the mind and the heart that must in some future day influence public opinion and change or create conditions. Let us see then what is being done in pursuit of this study in our schools. Let me speak first of Boston. Of her schools I am prepared to speak from a personal knowledge. What may be said of Boston, it is safe to presume, may be said with a considerable degree of truth in other cities. For many years, rhetoric has been drilled into the heads of pupils, while speech and action, the body and the life of oratory, have been lost sight of in a maze of figurative expressions and the labyrinths of ornate display. The result of this is that large numbers of young men and women are pushed out upon the country, year after year, to get their living by public speech, who cannot even read well. If you would verify my statement, go into the courtroom, the legislative chamber, or almost any of our churches. If you care to ask those who are our foremost orators today to what they ascribe their success as public speakers, they will tell you that it was not to the drill in the public schools, but to study, practice, and drudgery in the art on entering into public life. How is oratory, commonly known as declamation in boys' schools and as recitation in girls' schools, regarded by nearly all of the pupils? Simply as a matter of memory, and even at that, a tax on memory. The only incentive to do well is to obtain a passable mark. This does not seem to offer much inducement except to the few who would rival a bottom. The hour of class declamation is looked forward to as one of amusement. Little or no criticism of the pupil's effort is made, and quite too often does cynicism take the place of criticism. I do not attack the teacher. He is not to be blamed when he has nothing better to offer as a substitute for faulty recitation. He well knows that he can only hide his ignorance by resorting to sarcastic remarks that are relished by all except the pupil who is being criticized. It is rather the misfortune than the fault of the teacher that he knows nothing of this branch of instruction. At times the disclaimer is sincere in his effort, but his careful work often brings down upon him not only ridicule and mockery, but derision and taunting. It has come to my notice that poetry is most frequently chosen for purposes of recitation. While it might not be expedient to dispense with the recitation of all poetry in the higher grades of the grammar school and in the high school, yet there can be no question that only the poetry of the best standard authors should be allowed. The reason why most pupils prefer to recite poetry is evident. It is easier to learn poetry than prose, and as memory seems to be the chief thing taken into account, it is quite natural that the best prose is seldom heard. On public declamation day, there may be an exception to this rule, for then both teacher and pupil aim to put on the platform the best that lies within their combined efforts. It would be no fairer to blame the scholar for his choice of reading than it is to blame the teacher for not teaching what he himself is ignorant of. Declamation is nothing more to the pupil than something that is required of him at stated times, something that must be done, or the rules of the school will be broken and he will be disciplined. Other studies are regarded by the scholars in a different manner, for they know that their teachers are specialists in them, possess confidence in themselves and their work, and teach with good authority. Teachers engaged to instruct in English literature are expected to give some attention and time to declamation, which is looked upon as a kind of appendage to this general subject. It would be just as sensible to engage an instructor in arithmetic for primary schools and expect him to demonstrate examples in trigonometry and calculus. The ability of the literature teacher to teach oratory depends solely upon his own study of the subject in his early school career or his personal attention to it in after time. In short, it is for the most part a matter of mere chance that a teacher happens to be equipped with the desired knowledge of oratory. What then is at fault? It can be nothing but the system. It fails to set an oratorical standard before the pupil. His ideal is low. It has been said that oratory has moved the world along, and that music has played its martial accompaniment. Certain it is that we know of the power that both oratory and music have exerted over the world's history. Is it not natural, then, to look in the public schools for instructors in oratory as well as in music? In all the great cities of our country, at least one special teacher of music is engaged for public school work. This is well and good, and the results are most satisfactory. In Boston, there are 8 special instructors in music, and it is their duty to visit the schools, teach the pupils how to sing, give lectures on music, and point out the primary and fundamental principles of the subject. Now let us see what attention is given to oratory in our schools. In order that I might speak not from mere hearsay, but with the best of authority, I have communicated with the superintendents of public schools in some of the largest cities in America. The first question that I asked was this: how often is declamation required of the pupils in your schools? From Philadelphia came the answer, there is no rule in respect to the matter. From Chicago, at irregular intervals. From St. Louis, no special set time is given to it. From New Orleans, twice a month. From Montreal, the delivery of the speeches of others has no place in the curriculum of our schools. In Brooklyn and in Baltimore, declamation is required frequently, and in Boston the time for this work is left to the option of the teacher. Such answers as these from the leading cities of the country must be a fairly good criterion of the work being done in other cities and towns. It is evident, then, that oratory has the most subordinate place, and that it is taught and practiced less than any other study. Only in the cities of Brooklyn and Baltimore is it a regular study, but even in Brooklyn it does not count toward securing a diploma. I find, to my surprise, that in half of these cities the schools have no public declamation day. In one of the replies sent, I read the following, quote, I regret to have to say that we do not have public declamation days, as I think they would help to train pupils in all that pertains to speaking, and cultivate also, in a marked degree, a taste for good literature, if the selections were judiciously made. The value of such exercises must be considered also, especially in teaching, which is so important both to the individual and the country's patriotism. Unquote. In a reply from Montreal, I am told that reading and paraphrasing take the place of declamation. A similar course may exist in other cities. While the first two are important, yet they can never take the place of declamation. Pupils are taught to read in order to get the thought, and that they may express that thought, they must be taught how to speak. In only 2 cities, Boston and Brooklyn, are textbooks on oratory used. In any other study, it would be an astonishing thing if at least one book was not in constant use by each pupil. Brooklyn, as far as I am able to judge, is the only great city in the United States where there are special teachers in declamation. In the light of these facts, what interest in oratory could pupils be expected to take? The only superintendents who will say that the interest of pupils is growing are those of Brooklyn and New Orleans. Some superintendents do not hesitate to say that it is lessening. This apathy with which pupils regard oratory or public speaking is bound to work serious consequences. To this we shall refer again. The last question that I asked of the school superintendents is the most practical one, because it suggests a change of system, a change which appears to be exactly what is needed. Do you think that the appointment of speaking masters, after the manner in which singing masters are appointed, would prove a wise and profitable experiment? Of the 8 superintendents, but one answered this question in the negative. the superintendent of the schools of Chicago. Most declare that it would prove undoubtedly a good experiment. The need of such instructors is certainly seen by many of our leading educators. Mr. William H. Maxwell, superintendent of Brooklyn schools, writes that he thinks it would be highly desirable, and Mr. Henry A. Wise, superintendent of the schools of Baltimore, writes the following, quote, "For many reasons, a good speaking master would be most serviceable. A man of literary taste, able to train and develop the natural voice of pupils and to give them examples of declamation worthy of imitation, would be of decided service to a school system, especially in leading the teachers to instruct and advise them." Unquote. In Boston, declamation comes under the general head of reading, or language, or English literature. Some 30 years ago, Mr. Lewis B. Monroe taught vocal and physical culture in the Boston schools. Mr. Edwin P. Seaver, superintendent of schools, says, "Mr. Monroe did much good. He taught practical speaking, not simple elocution in its commonly accepted meaning. It seems to me that as declamation is taught today by the instructor in English literature, it would be easier for the teacher and more profitable to the pupil would all scholars learn and be instructed in the same piece. But could a man be secured like Mr. Monroe, I should like to see his kind of teaching renewed, for I think the appointment of speaking masters in the public schools would bear good results." Unquote. While I realize that each of these opinions is but the opinion of one man, yet each is, by virtue of the man's position and the extent of his supervision, as important to this educational question of oratory in the public schools, and bears as much weight upon the subject, as does the opinion of the criminal lawyer in a murder case, or that of the Secretary of State in a question of international diplomacy. From these reports from different cities, we may make a summary something like this. Oratory in the public schools is subordinate to everything else. That is, less time is given to this study than to any other. In most schools, it is regarded as an extra. It does not count toward securing a diploma. It is not only one of the many subdivisions of the course in English literature, but receives less attention than do reading, or rhetoric, or composition, or poetry, or paraphrasing. We note also that textbooks on the subject are rarely used. Moreover, in only one or two of the great cities is there any special teacher of oratory in the schools. The indifference and apathy shown toward the study are in striking contrast to the interest and importance attached to it in the early centuries. Then the teaching of oratory was of prime importance. It was to a general education what sculpture is to masonry. Every citizen in ancient Rome and Greece was expected to know how to speak in public. Without that knowledge, a man was deemed ignorant. Cicero destroyed a conspiracy, and Demosthenes built up a republic because they had a thorough knowledge of public speaking. The professors of oratory were the great men of that time. Cicero divided the study of oratory into 5 branches, and each was deemed important enough to have its special teacher. One of the branches, delivery, consisting of elocution and gesture, required 3 teachers. Is the change that has taken place in 2,000 years a pleasant one to consider? I think not. Oratory is not a lost art. Rather, it is a discarded one, to be taken down from the shelf and brushed up and polished at the time of great crises, as the housewife takes down and cleans her old china and burnishes her silver when there comes to her home a worthy visitor. Our great essayist and historian, Colonel Thomas Wentworth Higginson, has said, quote, "In a country like ours, where each man is to do his part in conducting the government, and where so much of his influence must proceed from meeting his fellow citizens face to face, and holding his own among them, there is no part of training more important than that of public speaking." Unquote. The same sentiment was realized quite as much when Greece and Rome were at the height of their splendor and glory, as when the 2 countries were striving for position and power. Our own country felt it before 1776 and 1861, and the consequence of it each time was liberty to a race and a step of progress in the march of civilization. Should as grave a situation as the Revolution or the Rebellion face us today, or tomorrow, who would take the forum? Who would climb to the balcony? Who would mount the rostrum? Let it come 20 years hence, and the student in the public schools of today will be called upon to rally, to charge, and to plead with the people. Man's heart is moved when he himself is true, but his lips cannot move eloquently unless his mind has the knowledge to apply those principles that in their interpretation make men free. Alger said, quote, "A perfected voice can reveal everything which human nature is capable of thinking or feeling or being." Unquote. While all voices cannot be made perfect, yet there are none but can be improved through systematic training. Place a high ideal before a student, and if he be ambitious, he will strive to reach it. Let perfection of voice, which gives power and mastery over one's fellows, be set as the ideal. Improvement must follow. 2. It is not only a misfortune to us, but a ground for reproach, that the speaking voice, which has ever animated and persuaded men, which has ruled monarchs, destroyed oligarchies, and built up republics, which has given liberty and citizenship to enslaved peoples, which has discovered and corrected corruption, advanced morality and purity, and caused right to triumph over wrong, and justice over tyranny, should receive such contemptuous treatment in the training schools of the foremost republic in the world. Yet the actual state of affairs reveals astonishing things. Boys and girls tremble before the ordeal of speaking in the presence of their classmates, but before a lesson in geography or arithmetic they are calm. Pupils play sick on declamation day, yet when the singing hour comes, all are well. They secure short pieces to learn, yet for hours they will examine flowers and appear happy and contented. They beg and entreat to be excused from speaking, yet many are anxious to solve a difficult problem in mathematics. When they reach the platform, their heads hang down and their arms sway to and fro. They are afraid to speak. They see no use, no good in it. They wonder why declamations are continued when they are repeatedly laughed down, and they make no advancement. I wish to repeat here that most pupils read solely for marks. They have no idea of reading well for its own sake. They are severely criticized if they mispronounce a word, skip a paragraph, forget the place, gasp for breath, do not pause 1 second after a comma, 2 seconds after a semicolon, 3 seconds after a colon, and 4 seconds after a period. Punctuation may or may not be a guide to one's obtaining the right idea, but it should never be considered as a guide to correct expression. That oratory can be taught and ability to speak well acquired can be shown by a few noteworthy examples. It was a serious matter with Demosthenes when he was trying to overcome his many impediments of speech. With Sheridan and Erskine, Mansfield and Brougham, Grattan and Walpole, it was a matter of constant drudgery to master all of their imperfections. The great Robert Hall closed his first service not with a benediction, but by telling his audience that he had forgotten all of his ideas. The younger Pitt labored from childhood to be a powerful speaker. Webster and Phillips wrestled long with the rules of the art. But perhaps you say that these men were born great. If to be born with a true heart and a noble purpose is to be born great, they were born great indeed. Similarly, many are born great today. They are being educated in our public schools. They should be taught to send abroad their best influence. They have the heart, the impulse, and the purpose, but not the mental power to express their ideas and convictions. It is certain that they never will possess it until they are drilled in what was once regarded as the art of arts, oratory. Man has devised no instrument that can reach the heart like the human voice. We owe it not only to pupils and to teachers, but to the community at large, to cultivate the voice as far as public systematic training will allow it. In the school of old Athens, 3 different classes of teachers were employed for the formation and improvement of the speaking voice. One strengthened it and extended its compass, another improved its quality, and yet a third dealt with intonation, modulation, and inflection. Voice culture was then regarded by the instructors and by the pupils as a matter of serious study. History has taught us that the result of this training was of practical value to thousands of the Athenian youth. What is the strength, the extent, and the quality of the voice of the average pupil today? It may be ear-splitting on the football field, But how does he wield it on the platform? What is its compass? Generally a shout or a barely audible whisper. Its quality? Rasping, cracked, and harsh, stuttering, stammering, lisping, mouthing, palatal, and nasal. Hundreds of boys and girls with one or more of these defects of speech uncorrected are graduated from our grammar and high schools every year. With these voices they go through life, grating on the ears of all with whom they talk, embarrassing themselves while annoying others, and failing to make friends because their company is not agreeable. To what can we ascribe these defects of speech? Instead of decreasing, they seem to be on the increase, a fact which goes to show that little or nothing has been done to lessen such imperfections. If at the beginning, which, as Plato has said, is the most important part in any work, those with impaired voices were given scientific training in the mechanism and right use of the voice, all of these defects could be helped, and a large majority of them remedied. It is precisely here, says Dr. Lennox Brown, on the threshold of their career, that many fail. John Ruskin gave a word of encouragement when he said, "General public feeling is tending to the admission that accomplished education must include not only a full command of expression by language, but command of true musical sound by voice." Mark you, not mere sound by the voice, but true musical sound, which is variation, modulation, and all that does away with monotonous speech. Simple sound, the shooting out of noise, has become so essential upon public declamation days that in some of our schools, he who speaks loudest receives highest honors. To be sure, a loud voice is a requisite for a good speaker, but noise without expression, like force without judgment, falls by its own weight. I wish that what declamation is taught in our schools might be confined to the study of the masterpieces of literature. Then all pupils would be brought into close touch with the greatest and best minds of the centuries, thereby fostering solid thought and encouraging clear, forcible, and persuasive expression. I regret that the general tone of selections in our schools is not on a high plane. It would be well if high school pupils were taught not only something of the great poets and their works, but something of the lives and speeches of renowned orators. Orators have influenced the times quite as much as poets. We all admit that poets and poetry should have an important place in the curriculum of all schools, but we are inclined to forget that our very public school system was made possible through the energetic oratory of wise and good men. A child is sent to school for the purpose of developing and storing the mind, and yet what many learned men declare as the best means of doing this, the practice of recitation, is given the least attention of any study, is laughed at by many, and practically ignored by more. In the city of Boston, nearly 5 times as much time is given to this study in the primary schools as in the high schools. In the first class of the English high school in this city, there are not even the common declamation exercises all the year round. If any of my statements are questioned, I invite your own personal inspection of this subject. After such considerations, we are face to face with this conclusion, that a new department under the general head of Oratory should be organized in all public schools. Speaking masters should be regularly appointed to carry out this plan. They should be men with a good knowledge of voice building, public speaking, and forensic oratory. But someone may say that teachers with such qualifications cannot be found. I am convinced, however, that a sufficient number of competent instructors in this work can be found. I am satisfied that instruction received at colleges of oratory, worthy of the name, will fully equip teachers of reading and oratory for our towns and cities. Every year's delay in the adoption of some well-devised system means an irreparable loss to thousands of school graduates. How important it is that an instructor in voice building be employed in our schools so that all pupils might be trained to realize with Shepherd that the living voice is the grand ordained instrument for the world's awakening and redemption. If it were found necessary, I would begin again in the high schools what was done in the kindergarten and primary schools, the study and practice of enunciation, articulation, pronunciation, and flexibility of the voice. Were this drill in voice building carried through all grades, the improvement in speaking that would follow would be admitted by the most skeptical. In everyday life, it would not only lessen and prevent slovenliness of speech, but I am inclined to think it would lessen the use of slang to some appreciable degree. Voice building is but one part of a course in oratory, but as it is most important, I have seen fit to make special mention of it. Of the influence on the pupil, this may be said, that a course in oratory will have served its purpose when he can express himself clearly and distinctly, with pure language emphatically spoken. In time, this ability would develop into the power of persuasion. If the present systems are continued, we may judge of their results upon our future citizens by the results we see today upon men in active life. While the coming lawyer may be deeply read in all that pertains to his profession, it will be impossible for him to rise to prominence and power like a Choate or a Webster, because his manner, voice, and address will not be pleasing, far less persuasive. He will retain all of his imperfections of speech and idiosyncrasies of manner, and so will have but little influence over the jury in court. Sooner or later he will realize the solemn truth of Bishop Berkeley's words, "Half the learning and half the talent of the world are lost because of faulty elocution, the manner of speaking." The cause for which a good man labors is set back by that which ought to be its greatest help, the proper use of man's voice, that which distinguishes him from the brutes and gives him supremacy over all creatures. Think of the remarkable power that the English language can wield when the voice is properly trained and adapted to the matter of thought. In public speaking, manner is quite as important as matter. Arnold, teacher of the poet Spenser, said that no language is better able to utter all arguments, either with more pith or greater plainness, than our English tongue. While we possess the most adaptable language, so far as expression is concerned, our students are not taught to adapt it to its proper and best use in the form of expression and delivery. Some people raise the cry that the adoption of a course of study under the supervision of speaking masters would result in graduating from our schools yellocutionists and elocution maniacs. Not at all. Not any more so than the teaching of singing sends out those who misuse the true art of music. Such a course of instruction in our schools would tend in a short time to change for the better the character of speech on the platform, at the bar, in the legislative hall, and in the pulpit. Men who know what to say would know how to say it. How could it help but do this? A long course in arithmetic and the higher mathematics creates a wholesome taste for civil engineering, one in geography for geology and mineralogy and zoology, one in drawing for painting and sculpture, one in rhetoric and literature for poetry, the novel and journalism, one in music for composition and melody, and so on. Continuous drill along these various lines in our schools determines many a youth to choose that specific subject which has appealed to him most forcibly as his life work. So there come forth in later years great linguists, journalists, engineers, novelists, singers, composers, poets, scientists, and philosophers. All of these great artists were given the first incentive to their chosen work, felt the first impulse to accomplish something, and were inspired to attain renown by some good influence which acted upon their minds during an early training in our public speaking, the exposition of the lives of great orators, the consideration and the study of the history of oratory, and the application of the rules of the art, help to prepare our men and women to address their fellows in a manner pleasing and persuasive. The tendency today is to teach rhetoric, the theory of the English language, and then to stop just when the scholar is catching a glimpse of something practical. The result is that we have much of fine rhetoric and little of true oratory. Of course, the highest flights of oratory cannot be taught, nor can they be reduced to rule. The highest reach of any fine art goes beyond the scope of teaching into the field of personal genius. But a certain reasonable level may always be gained, and this is well worth striving for. There is not an art so capable of unfolding the great powers endowed by nature as that of oratory or public speaking. It develops faculties which would otherwise have remained forever hidden. Many a person, under proper training, has disclosed the most unexpected talent and achieved startling results. There is more need of true oratory in America today than ever before. These times of turmoil and agitation demand that the people look for leaders, and how important it is that they find men whose heart and mental power make them eloquent. Simply because men lack the knowledge and ability to speak well, many of our citizens must flounder along through life practically shorn of half the power that is in them, and shut out from a large success. Let us hope that the promoters, the faculty, and the management of the public schools of this country will soon see fit to generate some force that will awake and stimulate this latent, dormant faculty of the youthful mind. It is not too late in the day to change the present system. What Ralph Waldo Emerson said 30 years ago is doubly applicable to these closing years of the century, when the constituency to be served is not one of 30 millions, but of 70 millions. Quote, "If there ever was a country where eloquence was a power, it is in the United States. Here is room for every degree of it on every one of its ascending stages, that of useful speech, in our commercial, manufacturing, railroad, and educational conventions, that of political advice and persuasion on the grandest theater, reaching, as all good men trust, into a vast future, in so compelling the best thought and noblest administrative ability that the citizens can offer. And here are the service of science, the demand of art, and the lessons of religion to be brought home to the instant practice of 30 millions of people. Is it not worth the ambition of every generous youth to train and arm his mind with all the resources of knowledge, of method, of grace, and of character to serve such a constituency?" From the New England Conservatory. The Conservatory, the Foundation of the Alumni. A Survey of the Educational and the Social Features in Student Life, by Percy Jewett Burrell. The awarding of a diploma to a graduate does not mean the graduate's severance from the institution which makes the reward. Rather is it his credential from that institution. He is appointed its lifelong representative. All such representatives are alumni, and the alumni, that they may be united and have a practical working basis, are organized into an association. The Alumni Association of the New England Conservatory is the one which claims our especial attention. An alumni association has an addition of forces each year. Its very perpetuity is dependent upon this increase. The Alumni Association of this, as of all institutions, must grow. When it ceases to grow, the alma mater is itself non ens. The association is not only born in the college or conservatory, but it grows therein and nowhere else. The conservatory, in this sense, is an incubator for the future alumnus. The student appears to be merely a student and nothing more, but potentially he is an alumnus in that all his energies are directed toward the development of a complete student, a graduate, an alumnus as a final product of the educational system. The alumnus, wherever he may find himself in later years, never ceases to be what he has been made, namely, an alumnus. The early training, the fundamental teachings, the student's spirit, are never to be wholly erased from the individual. He will bear them as the birthmark of the intellectual life. He is an alumnus despite himself. He is an alumnus according to the following formula: ambition plus talent plus training plus conservatory diploma equals alumnus. But this is not all. I have said that the student is potentially an alumnus, and that all his energies are directed toward the development of a complete student or alumnus. A vital question arises at this point. We may ask how conscious is the conservatory student of his position, his real strife, his progression, his aims, his ideals. The intellectual maze in which the American student is wont to find himself tends to shut out from his view the well-defined marks, which later on in life he more clearly discerns on the moral and intellectual roads of thought travel. No honest investigator of our modern educational system dare deny the slough of perplexity, indecision, and worry into which the average student is thrown. But what has all this to do with the alumni of an institution? It has considerable to do with our subject when we realize that the alumnus emerges from these tortuous paths to the broader and straighter highways which, in these days of liberal education, both man and woman must find when they start upon their post-student career and conquest. What the student is, so will the alumnus be. It is not uncommon to hear the cry raised for a stronger, more interested, and active alumni association. The college authorities realize that the sustenance, the growth, and indeed the perpetuity of a college are largely measured by the activity and loyalty, as well as by the character and success, of its graduates. It must not be deemed a manifestation of self-reproach if a like plea be raised for a stronger, more active alumni association of the New England Conservatory of Music. Let us deem it an appeal for the self-interest and mutual progress of student, of conservatory, and of the present alumni. The time has passed when all our attention and energies are to be devoted to arousing enthusiasm and interest among the present alumni. Many an alumnus feels his dearth of alumni spirit. If he does not feel it, he has at least been told of it. He is ruled to a large extent by an indifference to alumni and conservatory. He is not wholly to blame for his apathy. Aside from his present pressing business demands, he has been, in the past, largely a creature of the circumstances of a conservatory or college life, whose trying conditions I have briefly pointed out. Let these bygones be bygones, and let us gather our forces for the support and betterment of the present situation, that he and she may become better alumni. A complete, perfected alumni association can only be the result or product of a completely perfected conservatory life, which shall generate the thorough alumni association. There must be a completeness of something before there can be anything of completeness. The conservatory makes the alumnus when it awards the senior a diploma, but it does not produce, necessarily in that award, the spirit of the true alumnus, one intensified with real love for and a yearning to support the alma mater. Such a spirit must be the outgrowth of a conservatory spirit which is its creator. Before the Alumni Association can be fully maintained, it must be at least positively created. The seeds of alumni loyalty must be sown in the mind and heart of the young and growing student. Social impulses must receive attention. If possessed by one, they must be directed along proper and uplifting lines. If lacking in one, then there must be bred and fostered a wholesome social environment. The graduate will never make a good alumnus unless he be, as a student, a good conservatorian, not alone in the technical musical sense, but in the broad common sense of the university spirit. The student's conservatory must be to them what the United States Army is to the soldier in its ranks. When he receives his honorable discharge, as year after year the finished student does his, the soldier becomes a member of the Grand Army of the Republic. He is ever ready to grasp the helm of the ship of state, or support the arm that signs a proclamation of freedom. His work in the active fight, in the foundation and the preservation of a republic, has made him loyal to his land, for he has caught the spirit of patriotism while serving his country. So ought the student to catch the conservatory spirit while serving his musical apprenticeship, that there may be in him and in her a loyalty to the alma mater, and a worthiness as an alumnus which, as years roll by, shall not flag, but grow in strength and enthusiasm. How shall we catch this spirit? This is the problem of the present day. How to unite most effectively in the conservatory the technical and the practical parts, the educational and the social functions. The truism that no force is generated without the bringing together of two elements is suggestive in our consideration. What is needed is a harmony not alone of music, but of minds and hearts and spirits. The social shall become linked to the educational. Would that there might be a marriage of the two which no divorce court presided over by Judge Jealousy or a jury of musical pettifoggers could annul. Let the heart of education beat in harmony with the heart of sociality to the tickings of a great university metronome. Let us use the intellectual microscope to discern and solve the deep, difficult problems, and the spiritual telescope to catch a vision of the ideal in our life work. The conservatory principles must afford the ground for a development of the social as well as the educational nature, so that these two natures may be most attractively manifest in the one person as he or she becomes an alumnus. Certain it is that such a delicate and difficult task demands for its successful accomplishment minds of deep insight, perspicuity of wisdom, and hearts of forbearance and kindness. Any conservatory has a mammoth problem on its hands when it seeks to develop properly and liberally the educational in music. But is it not true that the best musician is he who has, as it were, a polarized nature, a pole of music and a pole of sociality? One-sidedness has ever been a drawback to the highest and most complete accomplishments. The musician, for the sake of himself, his conservatory, and the alumni, should be trained for something besides the mere executant or performer. If he be constitutionally absorbed in his own work, and his temperament all music and no play, is it not possible for him to be guided, unconsciously it may be, on to broader, higher, more social plane, where his life-work may have its value for the practical and the social life, some of his musical oxygen? He will, in a short while, although scarcely realizing it, breathe into his system the social oxygen, and it will become essential to the proper maintenance of his student life. The student needs relaxation as much as he needs money. He can learn quite as much for his own good and that of the public, before whom he must go, by studying how to make the social and the educational harmonize and become mutually helpful, as he can by constantly applying himself each day to an unnatural and strained exercise of musical technique. His social hours will make him a better musician. His music will improve his social companionship. The philanthropist would not misplace his money by endowing some college with a chair of harmonization of the educational and the social in college life. Companionable association and social advantages in conservatory or college life are a means to the success of both individual and institution, and their logical product is an energetic and worthy alumni association. The life of the student in college determines the life of the man in the world. The life of the student body determines as well the life of the alumni body. The life of the student body determines the life of the man in the world. The life of the student in college determines as well the life of the alumni body. The truth of such an analogy cannot be well disputed. The conservatory has in this matter a problem on its hands, which calls for earnest and persistent attention. It may be that its solution lies in the hands of the students themselves. If so, it becomes the duty of the authorities of an institution to do all in their wisdom to satisfy the yearning in the student after the social. I do not mean to advocate that a management become indulgent and passing easy. On the other hand, there are required intelligent oversight and considerate foresight, so that the restraint, when such be laid, shall be felt by the students not as the restraint of the autocrat, but of the prudent father, a restraint not for the purpose of manifesting and proclaiming one's power, but simply for the purpose of exercising a proper right to curb the overstrenuous social youth. The Alumni Association, its interests and its life, is grounded in the conservatory. It cannot be successfully or commendably worked up after graduation. I have not suggested any concrete plans which might be adopted to further the alumni interests. Such I may dwell upon in a subsequent article. It has been my endeavor in this writing to open up a subject in a general way, one which I deem worthy of more universal consideration. I entertain no doubt that when the ground is as well cultivated for the social as for the educational and student life, the conservatory can point with just pride to a loyal, ever-working alumni association, as it points now to a magnificent army of conservatory graduates in the pedagogical chairs and on the concert stages of the world. From New England Conservatory Magazine, Volume 9, Numbers 1 and 2, October-December 9. The True Orator, delivered at the commencement exercises of the New England Conservatory, June 24, by Mr. Burrell, who received class honors in oratory. When the old Roman defined an orator a good man skilled in the art of speaking, he told to the world the secret of true eloquence. For eloquence is born of truth of heart, molded in purity of mind, and flows from lips that know no fear. It is the spark in the heart fanned by the bellows of knowledge that flames into eloquence and makes a man the true orator. Great has been the power of oratory. Aye, it was speech that of old made order out of chaos. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. The Greek rhetorician, Longinus, calls these words the sublimest passage ever uttered. And now, since the Almighty had lighted the universe in the land of Syria, prophets of him who was to come lifted up their voices, so that all might hear and be comforted. To the westward across the Mediterranean, as if struck by one of God's thunderbolts, fair Greece is shaken from shore to mount, as leaping from the loins of the earth there comes forth not Homer, not Aristotle, not Plato, not Socrates, but the man who did more for Greece than all these together, he who fired his countrymen into victory, and so made the Republic a fact, Demosthenes. 300 years after the Hellenic orator had done his great work, the citizens of Rome thronged to the Forum. There the voice of Marcus Cicero is heard urging them not to submit to the rule of Antony. As he speaks, the world listens. Be it, Romans, our first resolve to strike down the tyrant and the tyranny. Be it our second, to endure all things for the honor and liberty of Rome. Other nations may bend to servitude. The birthright and distinction of Rome is liberty. Half a century passes, and there stands at Corinth, at Ephesus, at Athens, and last at Rome, St. Paul, the master orator, preaching the word of God and of a risen Lord. Passing over the patristic period, when St. Jerome and St. Augustine were enlightening Europe with a torch of Christian eloquence, the 4th century hears the East startled by the voice of Chrysostom, who at Constantinople and at Athens sounded his words of truth, justice, and patriotism. That eloquence from him of the golden mouth quivered through the dark ages. It awoke Savonarola to rise in the might of an Elijah, to rebuke wickedness in high places, though the end be the faggot and the stake. It stirred Zwingli, inflamed Calvin, and fired Huss. It thrilled Martin Luther in Germany, and aroused John Knox in Scotland. And when France was sunk in moral night, it awakened her to a true sense of her faith and work when heard in the dawn thunder of Bossuet, Bourdaloue, and Macedon. In the political world of England, but a few years later, the Earl of Chatham is making himself known to all time as the Great Commoner, and Edmund Burke, whose voice was for liberty to all mankind, cries out for justice to the colonies. Old England, fair Ireland, and rugged Scotland have heard brave men speak the truth and seen them die for it, and on their roll of honor inscribed with immortal pen, we read such names as Fox and Grattan, Whitfield and Chalmers, Brougham and O'Connell, Edmund Burke and William Pitt, all who used their powers that mankind might be blessed and God glorified. So the true orator marches down through time until America feels the tread of his advancing step, catches the sound of his rallying cry, and lo, she is thrilled from the pine woods of Maine to the palmetto groves of the Carolinas. Come back with me 120 years. Look in on the scene in Independence Hall, the birthplace of liberty. See those staunch patriots, Carroll and Sherman, Jefferson and Lee, Franklin and Hancock. Listen to those living words of Lee, of Jefferson, of Franklin. Rising as on wings to God above, they sway the brazen tongue of yon Liberty Bell and make it proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. Now let us go to the Mecca of a free people, old Faneuil Hall. Who stands there? Samuel Adams in his red cloak, cocked hat, and tie wig on. How it adds to the sublimity of his eloquence. Listen to that angelic voice and those pure words of patriotism born in a soul impressed with the strongest religious sentiment found only in the hearts of God-fearing men. All honor to those patriot orators, Fisher Ames, James Otis, Samuel Adams, and Patrick Henry, the wave of whose eloquence floated in the breeze the stars and stripes at Yorktown, and made it possible for the 13 colonies to become the United States of America. Year by year, eloquence in this country, with the public spirit of her citizenship ever active and growing, has caught that life and energy which moved the orators of the republics of Greece and Rome. That persecuted zealot, the man who walked across the stage of life without looking to either side to catch his image in the mirrors of the world, that silver-tongued champion of the rights of humanity, Wendell Phillips, preferred to be called a bigot by his own generation than to be called a coward by the next. Daniel Webster, the magnate of the Senate chamber, the defender of the Constitution, and the greatest orator of the Western world, let us place in the highest niche of all. Be it said of resolute Calhoun and skilful Everett, of passionate Choate and the magnetic Clay, that they were all men with profound convictions, who fought as they believed, and what they regarded as the truth they never sold to save the hour. Tell the statesman, tell the orator to look up to these men, for they stand as models of oratory for all coming time. Liberty and eloquence have ever gone hand in hand. Never has the great, the true orator compromised with what he believed to be evil, for that was to him the surrender of his integrity. The orator of Greece declaimed against Asiatic conquest, he of Rome against imperialism. The eloquence of the early church and of the Middle Ages preached against papal despotism and wickedness in high places. In the 18th century, France heard many a fearless cry for liberty, a cry that rang across the Channel and stirred to its depths the heart of every lover of freedom in Britain, that swept the wide Atlantic, and re-echoed from these shores in the slogan call, "No taxation without representation." And what of the future? Will the art of arts, as oratory was named of old, still be the power it has been? The great occasion will at all times be the opportunity of the orator, and he will ever be heard arousing, instructing, and persuading as never printed page will do. And in the hour of this old world's need, men will be thrilled to high endeavor and noble action by the true orator. From New England Conservatory Quarterly, Volume 3, Number 1, November 1900. The President's Message. Extract from the President's Address at the Alumni Reunion, June 21, 1910, New England Conservatory. There is nothing in a present name unless when you hear it you think of something alive. Willie Williams wouldn't stir an eyelid. Thomas Edison, I fancy, would open an ear and more. There is some difference between NECAA being interpreted, "Nothing ever comes, always asleep," and "New energy coming, always alive." The alumni have no axe to grind. They seek to get nothing for themselves except that joy of satisfaction that comes from a consciousness of doing something. As students, we were in the getting business. As alumni, we should be in the giving business. We entertain no doubt that the NEC would go right on without the NECAA organization, but this same institution would close its every door and run up the flag at half-mast at the stroke of midnight, June 21, 1910, if it were not for that larger body of graduates from whose ranks the membership and personnel of this association finds ready recruits and willing workers. The historian Gibbon has said that everyone receives two educations in this life, the one he gets from others, and the more important one that he gets from himself. It is the latter one that should be and is being turned into its greatest usefulness by asserting it in behalf of that institution where one receives the education from others. After all, education is take and give, life's highest form of the battledore and shuttlecock game. If, taking eagerly with the one hand, one does not give bountifully with the other, ingratitude reigns. Members of the senior class, the future power and usefulness of any alumni body is in such as you, and I have long realized that the Alumni Association should exert itself to the utmost to create a wholesome conservatory spirit among the students, that they, as such, may learn to love the school and go forth as alumni increasingly loyal to their devotion to the alma mater, that they should seek a place in the front ranks of the alumni army among the outposts, pickets, and cavalry skirmishers, and not lie back in the ambulance corps following on behind. With an increase of 97 new life members during the past year, among them whom was Lillian Nordica, 76, I believe the corps is rapidly decreasing in size. Seniors, with your splendid class spirit, I am forced to believe that you have come to realize tonight that loyalty to the alma mater must have its seed sown in the form of enthusiasm, college spirit, brotherhood, sisterhood, in the student. Toward this end have the costume carnivals been inaugurated, and with the generous cooperation of the management and the zeal of the students they have acquired a national reputation for themselves and an increase of prestige for the conservatory. Every graduate ought to mean an alumnus. That means in turn a true and loyal being with a soul all aglow for the old school that gave to him and to her a cultured musical mind and a warm, fast-beating heart. As the New England Conservatory has aimed to do its best by you as students, so should you seek to do your best for her as an alumnus, for she has sought to send you out not as good musicians only, but as loyal alumni. The Alumni Associated affords a field for usefulness for every graduate. Verily, numbers make work and enthusiasm, and believe me, nothing can ever be done best without enthusiasm. And you can never get truly enthusiastic unless you first get at work in some cause. I don't care a rap about enthusiasm without intelligence behind it, and we need the new, fresh, keen brains of the seniors in our forward movement. Today, members of this class of 10, you stand as the most valuable and important asset of this school, because you go out into the world as brand new, living, working human examples of what the alma mater has done for you and made you. Work for the alma mater. Push on and move up, so that when your work is done and you fall, it may be said of you as truly as of the Swiss mountain guide whose monument in a public square at Geneva reads, "He died climbing." It must not matter whether or not you have liked this man or that man, this rule or the other. The institution itself is bigger than any one man or collection of men, or rule or code of rules. If you can read on your diploma that you have not only graduated in piano, organ, voice, or violin, but that you have graduated from prejudice, pettiness, jealousy, and envy, you will be the possessors of priceless parchments. Your alma mater was founded with a peculiar reverence, a devotion to duty, an unflagging perseverance. I cannot help but believe that Dr. Tourget must have had a wonderful vision of some such splendid monument to the cause of music and education as the NEC stands for today, else how shall one account for that continuous personal sacrifice, the true index of greatness, his unceasing labor, his God-pervading and man-winning personality? Beginning in the little town of East Greenwich, Rhode Island, 57 years ago, with obscure teachers and a mere handful of pupils, and despite adversity of every kind, this institution lives today with nearly 1,500 graduates and 3,000 yearly pupils, a faculty world famous, and it will continue to flourish in the days to come, for it was born into this world in humbleness to fill a place in the minds and hearts of a music-loving people. Well may it be called, in this year of our Lord 1910, the United States Conservatory of Music. Members of the graduating class, a diploma of this school is no mean asset to you. Your life as a musician is of no trivial consequence to this school, but greater than either and both is your life as a loyal alumnus to this alma mater. The future of the NEC is in the hands of the graduates as they go on to the world's field of work. If they besmirch her name, alas! If they glory in her, all is well. Therefore, go into life's battle with the enthusiasm and faith of Gustavus Adolphus before the battle of Lützen. Because of wounds received on his chest, he wore no breastplate. Just before he went on to the field, an old soldier advanced toward him and asked, "What is your breastplate going to be?" "God and his righteousness," came the answer. "What is your battle cry?" "Emmanuel, God with us." "What is your battle hymn?" "A mighty fortress is our God." In that faith did Tourget found your alma mater. In that same oneness of purpose, devotion to duty, clear-sighted vision, willing sacrifice, and loyalty to principle, will she be preserved, and the preservers, like those of any and all great universities the world over, are the alumni who have caught the true spirit in their student service, and who go forth loving the alma mater with a loyalty that in all time will work and win for her. From New England Conservatory Review, Volume 2, No. 1, May 1912.
Percy Jewett Burrell. President's Alumni Reunion Address. For 35 years, the Alumni Association of the New England Conservatory of Music has met in annual reunion. I suppose it has done this not in order that friendship might be renewed and new friendships made, but that enthusiasm and loyalty for the alma mater should grow and glow. It occurs to your president that whatever else his remarks may be this evening, they ought to be directed along this line of appeal to your sentiment and love for the old NEC. And it also occurs to him that the word conservatory, indeed the very root of it, is full of meaning, and that to emphasize conserve, to keep, to save, to preserve, to defend, means quite as much for our alma mater as its ordinary everyday meaning in the musical world.
Does not the lamp of a conservatory, or indeed any institution of learning, send out a very clear light along three distinct paths, all leading to the same temple of achievement, that of efficient service? I would mark them in this way: 1. To conserve culture. 2. To conserve the virtues of heritage. 3. To conserve the student energy or esprit de corps. Now, just where does our Alumni Association fit in this work of conservation? It is not the only duty of such an association to uphold, strengthen, and unify the spirit of the alumni body, but our organization does not trespass outside of its province when it seeks to have a share in creating and sustaining a wholesome conservatory spirit among the student body, that all its members, as such, shall learn to love the school and go out as alumni ever loyal in their devotion to the alma mater. An alumni association is handicapped and uses up a vast amount of energy that ought to be directed along constructive lines whenever it is forced to use a crowbar of argument to make a hole in the ice of a frozen graduate before the warmth of college zeal can bubble to the surface. We are not organized for the sole purpose of collecting dues and holding an annual jamboree. I doubt not that every college finds men and women indifferent to the appeal of sentiment and the force of loyalty. It is the institution that finds fewer of this hard, cold type that lives longest and best. The perpetuity of a school is grounded in human qualities: reverence for its founders, respect for its maintainers, ardor of its students, and loyalty of its alumni. To conserve all of these virtues is a task for both the alumni and the conservatory authority. The board of directors has felt, and wisely so, I think, that the conservatory itself has the first work to perform because it is with that, and not an alumni association, the student first comes in contact. Not only is a school known by its alumni, but the visible mark upon this same alumni is the impression, more or less well-defined, made upon the undergraduate by the institution itself, by the men and the women who teach, by the very policy by which marks the conduct of administration in its relation to the student body. A loyal alumnus is the product of a warm, pulsing university spirit, and this esprit de corps can never be worked up after the student graduates and gets away from the dynamics of student work. I think we may put it down as a truism that the right kind of school will have the right kind of alumni. Let us be frank, for we are together. The worthwhile alumnus is the one who has had not only a curriculum in the conservation of culture, but has been through a refining process of justice, wisdom, sweetness, sanctity, and spirit during the days of student service. In other words, the alumnus of this or of any other institution will be in spirit, endeavor, and loyalty just what the atmosphere of the alma mater has afforded for the student lungs. If the college air has been 5/5 nitrogen, the alumnus will wheeze and die. But if there is life-giving oxygen, he will throw up his hat for the old school as long as headgear is in vogue. Said one farmer to another farmer, "Uncle Zeke, ain't the man he was, is he?" Said the other farmer, "No, by gosh, he never was." May the application of this illustration cease to have force with us. There may be a relative inadaptability on the part of conservatories of music to get the same amount of college spirit out of their students, but they can get the same quality, for human nature has the same mother the world over, and the graduate can be trained to count flesh and blood and heart and soul as worthy and as useful a credential for personal success as a bundle of brains and the embodiment of art. We want live wires. Every grad, wherever he or she may be the world over, and that is just where the NEC grad is, all over the world, to be individual storage batteries with wires of loyalty running to the very alma mater herself to give it constant and renewed and increasing power for efficiency and service. How best to subserve these vital interests should be study of all from trustees to normal teacher, into whose hands are entrusted the mold forms of character and the hope of learning. Let us provide a course in university spirit, a humanizing department. Then the NEC will graduate something more than musicians, as technology sends out more than engineers, Georgetown more than lawyers, and Harvard more than philosophers. If these alumni went away and were doctors, lawyers, engineers, architects, professors only, what forsooth would become of their alma mater? They have acquired proficiency in something other and better than their chosen profession.
They have become liberalized in the spirit of human fellowship by getting together often during the student years. This the Alumni Association succeeded in doing for 4 years through Symphony Hall Costume Carnival. What an opportunity our alma mater has, with its many hundreds of students, to get them together in common purpose, unity, and fellowship, that the student energy, social, if you will, may be conserved, that, in its turn, alumni loyalty may be more of a fact and less of a theory. It may not be amiss to add here that our annual meeting held last evening, it was voted that a course of lectures be given during the coming fall and winter under the auspices of the association. The committee, in its report recommending that such a course be undertaken, stated it felt that, with the cooperation of the association, the Conservatory, the new Boston Conservatory Alumni Club to be formed, the student body, and the augmented public interest in the lectures and their subjects, the association will be able to increase materially its funds, promote good fellowship through a common endeavor for a worthy object, liberalize the student education, and, in a practical yet dignified way, bring to the attention of both the student body and the general public the fact that our Alumni Association is alive, alert, and eager to serve itself and others to a commendable degree. They have given to the association the use of Jordan Hall, for which courtesy we are deeply appreciative. The course will open with a lecture by Mary Anton, author of The Promised Land, at which time it is planned to have the first formal public presentation in this country of Yiddish folk songs. Toward the end of conserving student energies, the association still keeps in mind its publication of the New England Conservatory magazine and Alumni Review, of which the Lillian Nordica Memorial number just issued is a striking evidence. Its upbuilding of the valuable conservatory library through its own gifts and the annual gifts of each graduating class, its Tourget Memorial Student Aid Fund, which is assisting each year an ever-increasing number of students in time of emergency, its present plan to organize a Conservatory Boston Alumni Club, that we may at least keep apace with the quite remarkable NECAA alumni organization on the Pacific Coast at Los Angeles, its sympathy, endorsement, and activity in fostering fraternity and other social organization within the Conservatory, its desire for cooperation in both sentiment and work between the Directory Committee of the Conservatory, its desire for cooperation in both sentiment and work between the Directory Committee of the Conservatory and its own Board of Directors. And for further information along this line, I urge you to read the Review, which has just closed its most successful year under the tireless leadership of Mr. Drayton. We trust that we may be adjudged not only alive and alert, but safe and sane in all our endeavor for the welfare of an alma mater, which through nearly 2,000 graduates, tens of thousands of former students, and many millions of dollars paid in tuition, has helped to keep the New England Conservatory of Music in big, bold type on the musical map of the world. I feel that no more need now be said about the conservation of the student energies, nor shall I speak of the conserving of musical culture, for those who follow are best fitted to speak of it. I ought, however, to bring your very patient attention to an end by a reference in few words to what I named at the beginning as the conserving of the virtues of heritage. Men in this life cannot know everything about consequences, but they can have faith in the outcome of their own initiative when the individual is honest and the concerted endeavor worthy. Faith begins where wisdom fails, and this was never better brought before our eyes than by the founder of the Conservatory, for through his faith and sacrifice, perhaps more than by his knowledge and culture, do we possess the wisdom and glory of today. The genius of the organizer in Dr. Tourget stands out preeminent, not only in the musical realm, but indeed in the field of practical and lasting utility. And it was from his conserving an infinite capacity for love that there came an infinite capacity for work. He did not lisp, "Forget God and take your time," but with the great Livingstone exclaimed, "Fear God and work hard." And this gathering tonight is one visible proof of the value of conserving the virtues of heritage, for it was Dr. Tourget himself who organized nearly 4 decades ago our Alumni Association. I have read recently 2 articles which have brought to my mind our founder. One was the address, both scholarly and practical, of Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, which he delivered as president of the Harvard Alumni Association, and in which he said, "Let the university teach a due reverence for the thoughts and imaginings of those who have gone before." Old things need not be therefore true, O brother men, nor yet the new. Ah, still a while, th' old thought retain, and yet consider it again. And the other is to be found in the current number of the Review, our own Dr. Elson's article on Dr. Tourget, in which, in his terse and inimitable way, he speaks of him as a personal friend to each and every pupil, and how no one could accomplish the personality of work as he did. Will not all of you read Dr. Elson's article? Dr. Tourget's optimism must have been as happy and buoyant as the words of the New England poet, and in his soul surging, he must have sung in joy and spirit. All space seems filled with rainbows with gold spots for me to capture, and all God's everlasting hills was bustin' into rapture. The birds, the frogs, the grasshoppers all sung their loud hosanners, and every single forest tree turned into a pianer. May we, as an association and as a conservatory, conserve this virtue of heritage, a jubilant optimism. May we, bound together as we are by one common tie, conserve all there is now and will be in years to come in musical culture, student energy, and the virtues of heritage. And may all our endeavor redound to the honor of our alma mater, the NECAA. From New England Conservatory Magazine and Alumni Review, Volume 5, Number 1, September-October 1914. Percy Jewett Burrell. Alumni in Action. Written originally for the 1915 class book. There is a difference between an active volcano and a volcano in action. There is, too, a distinction between an active member of an organization and a member in action. This is why I have chosen the subject, Alumni in Action, for numbers don't really count unless they do work. As president of the New England Conservatory Alumni Association, now nearly 40 years old, the association, I make a plea for new blood. I call for new recruits in the organized alumni army, not by conscription, but by volunteer service. The response which I hope to hear is one that will mean just as much to the class of 1915, the Conservatory and the Association, as forward march, fire, charge mean to the soldier and the regiment. These commands signify that somebody moves. They tell of action. Nothing in this world succeeds so well as the organization of human beings, and nothing counts for so much in the individual as his own organized forces. As students, you have already recognized this truism in your very selves by so building your energies, training your capabilities, adjusting your forces, and adapting your plans, time, and money that you will graduate a successful music student. You have correlated and harmonized physical, intellectual, and spiritual forces, both endowed and acquired, for your own good, and I trust the ultimate good of your fellows. During the past 2 years, you have gone beyond your own ordered and regulated self, and projected it into what you call a class organization. This class book is one tangible result of it. Lifelong friendship, a more vital and valuable end, and other worthwhile achievements are certain to be yours because of your being a part of an organized class. And this I say to convince you, if it be necessary, that you really do believe in organization, and because you do, the class of 1915 ought to be eager to ally itself with the organized body of conservatory alumni. The alumni mission is service, and service only. To what? The alma mater. It is, in brief, that service of which you read in the object of the association. There are today about 500 life members out of a total living graduate body of more than 1,700. This does not sound as if there were any imminent danger of becoming a dead crater. A life member ought to be a live member, and my plea does not stop with active or life members, but it calls as well for live members, for alumni in action. I have always looked upon the all-important mission of our association each year as the work of interesting the graduate class in the organized alumni body. I believe that next to the very natural ambition to secure a diploma should be a firm determination on the part of each senior to become actively affiliated with the alumni of his alma mater. In truth, the class of 1915 will find its usefulness increasing and its loyalty more manifest by being one of the association in action. Ours is an institution nobly founded. Should it not be loyally sustained and notably progressive through alumni activity?
If you believe that the Conservatory has served you well and are conscious of an ever-growing devotion to her, this plea will not fall upon dull ears. But if you are about to go out into the world indifferent to the welfare of your alma mater because you are, it may be, dissatisfied, disgruntled, disgusted with anything or anybody, you will have to reorganize yourself and hope for the best of all. If out of your 3, 4, or more years of conservatory life you have caught no NEC spirit, the Alumni Association has long since come to realize that for such as you, no school spirit can be worked up after graduation. We are sorry for you, for the association, for the conservatory. If, on the other hand, you are ready to shout for, sing of, and serve the alma mater, I believe your own human efficiency will grow in the field of our one common art, and the world will exclaim, "Where does she come from? Where did he get it?" I know it can be said now with even more truth than in the first Neum that one may ascribe to the conservatory alumni an impressive authority in the realm of music. The graduates of the New England Conservatory earn no small praise, for to them belongs the distinction of having exercised an influence greater than any other graduate force whatever toward raising the standard of music and inculcating in the public mind a finer appreciation of it. The deeper the sense of loyalty, the more one feels for a cause, the more one will be, the greater things one can do. Can I not impress upon the graduates of this and all classes, past and future, to look upon the alma mater as her school, and that as long as they bear her mark, they ought to be just as much concerned about her standards and methods, her equipment, her personnel, her reputation and character, her present and her future, as those who administer her offices? No institution of learning is composed only of executives and faculty, student body, and employees. The final analysis shows that what holds a school together today and ensures it's not falling apart tomorrow is the alumni in action. Its disintegrating force, an ephemeral existence, will be determined by the alumni out of action. In days gone by, a united alumni influence has made itself felt for the good of your conservatory, as it has for many a school. And in time of lethargy or peril, if such should come, it must be the alumni who will rally, as they have in the past, to the support of their alma mater. The New England Conservatory has not yet begun to measure up to the scope of its possibilities. It is but a child in comparison with the older institutions of learning and culture in the world. Do not deceive yourselves, you of 1915, that you have had the best. That is coming in the next decade, the 50 years to come, the century beyond. We are now beginning. This is indeed the commencement of your alma mater. Your New England Conservatory is not going to be satisfied to loaf along with 3 stories on a plot of land 250 by 150 feet, a faculty of 80 members, an enrollment of nearly 3,000 students. Not this when by working all the time, in action, every minute, it can multiply manifoldly both its material equipment and its human output. A mighty constructive force in these years ahead will be the alumni in action. And for this future and its work, the Alumni Association is organized. It would be the motor that starts and keeps in action the students and graduates of this great institution. How has the Alumni Association been kept in action? Lack of space here makes it necessary for me to refer you to the 1910 Neum in the Conservatory Library, where one can read the answer. I should mention, however, 2 permanent features which have been established since that year: the Tourget Memorial Student Aid Fund, now amounting to nearly $2,000, and the New England Conservatory Magazine Review. What of the future? 3 new plans and hopes ought to arouse your interest. They are: 1. The election of a permanent class secretary of each graduating class to keep as intact as possible, through correspondence and occasional reunions, the class organization. 2. The organization of a Boston New England Conservatory Club for the purpose of promoting local loyal endeavor and efficient cooperation for the good and advancement of the conservatory. There are about 500 graduates and several thousand former students living in Greater Boston. 3. The institution of an annual mid-year reunion for all the former students, whether graduates or not, that they may have the opportunity to see the conservatory in action during the midst of the regular school year. Now, none of these things is very costly. Fortunate it is that this is so, for our organization and the alumni as a whole are not blessed to any great degree with this world's goods. Yet what we may lack without the might of the dollar sign can we not make up through the force of applied loyalty? Yet being alive, the now unknown hand may lavish upon us many good things. But first must come ideas, purpose, endeavor, organization, cooperation, solidarity, enthusiasm, persistence, action. Our alma mater must ever be abreast to the times, yes, in the vanguard, not resting on her oars, but pulling with them, for better a splash over now and then while in action than barnacles on the blade. So together let us pull hard. Every loyal member of the class of 1915 can do something for 1915 by making 1915 a power in the ranks of the Alumni Association. Recent classes have joined in large numbers. It has been gratifying. Then let the class of 1915 continue on in action as alumni. It can best be done by every one of its 83 members pledging itself as a life and alive members of the oldest organization in the New England Conservatory of Music, the Alumni Association, which was founded indeed by him who is ever in action and whose good face graces one of the pages of your class book, Eben Tourget. From New England Conservatory Magazine, Volume 5, Number 4, June 1950.